Like the fucking stream, by the way. Like the fucking stream. Anyway, I've been taking a long time today because I've been fucking dealing with these CPUSA bots on Twitter. They're probably DNC bots. They're also these butthurt legacy members of the CPUSA on Twitter. Jesus Christ, these people are literal fucking NPCs. I'm not kidding you. They are actual NPCs. They don't think. They don't have any reasoning. Fascist, fascist, fascist. Name call, you this, name call, you that. Chauvinist, fascist, chauvinist, fascist, chauvinist, fascist, chauvinist. Shut the fuck up, you stupid child. I'm not allowed to say what I think should be done with these people on YouTube, but needless to say, I mean, at what point can you just not reason with these? They literally have dialogue trees where it's like, they literally just call you names. That's it. They just call you fascist, chauvinist, fascist, chauvinist. You are mentally ill, psychotic, fucked up scumbags. I just want a communist party of normal people. People who actually are normal. People who are not literal psychos who like see reality in this black and white way where it's like, you're either a progressive or you're a fascist. And it's like, they don't even know, like, these people are not even human in my fucking eyes. They're not human. They're not capable of any discourse, not capable of anything. And they're especially getting so fucking aggressive just because of the fact that I'm pretty sure we're making headway in, like, getting a bunch of new people to join the party as of recent because of those initiatives. And I gotta tell you guys, join the fucking CPUSA. Join it. They're squirming like fucking worms. These rabid liberal scum are squirming like fucking worms, like maggots in the fucking dirt. They're being tortured right now. The demons are squealing. Join the fucking party and make the fucking demons even squeal harder. These fucking pieces of shit. Scum. Fucking criminal pieces of shit, lumpen scum. That's what they are. They're all fucking criminal scum is what they fucking are. Because they spent all this fucking time calling us racist, and now we have a CPUSA member. I shit you not. I'm going to show it to you right now. I shit you not. This is the type of rabid shit I'm dealing with these CPUSA members. Look at this. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. Holy fuck, it's like this whole time they were calling us racist, whatever. Get a life, you crooked-nosed... What? It's like, this person is especially some rabid, vicious... This is a vicious cunt right here, right? They're called they, he. They said the proletariat is waking up because one LARPer brought a CPUSA flag to an anti-abortion protest. You'll see it here. Yeah, this is the LARPer with the CPUSA flag, and they're saying this is the proletariat. This is a vicious little cunt. This is a vicious little cunt, and I implore all of the people we have in the River City CPUSA, work like snakes in the background. We want this person. We want this person specifically purged, right? So put this person on your list and take note of them. But yeah, they're a vicious cunt. Seething, vicious little cunt, a fucking maggot squirming in the fucking dirt. How much they're fucking enraged that we're taking over their party. And I always get random fucking seething cunts from the CPUSA in my fucking mentions. They're so fucking angry. They are so fucking angry. And by the way, this whole backlash against us, it's not because we're racist, it's not because we're chauvinists, it's not because of anything like that, because we're not. And look at this criminal scum talking about my crooked nose, right? Is he gonna get any, And by the way, the leadership doesn't give a fuck. They say, oh, do whatever. Look, let me tell you the truth about these criminal scum. When it comes to dealing with us, all bets are off. The laws of wokeness are suspended. So if you're a female member of Infrared, you have to understand, they have no rules. All of that woke shit collapses. It's just like when the state, when the state deals with communists during the Cold War, all of the rule of law, the due process, all of that shit, it's thrown out the window. They hire mercenaries, they hire all these fucking people, torture, rape, you fucking name it. It's all fucking open, right? Now, this is a microcosm of that. They're dealing with us, and they have this like woke, politically correct, super woke culture. But when they deal with us, they don't have to be bound by any of its rules. So their real ugly face, it starts to get revealed, and they show their real ugly face, and they become so fucking vitriolic and vicious. This is what the lumpen are. They're lumpen criminal scum. We need to clean our streets of these lumpen criminal scum, get them off our streets. And that's what I really think about people like this, to be honest. I think these people belong in prison. That's what I think. Not because they're saying this specifically, but you just know this person. They call themselves a street medic. I mean, what kind of vicious acts of violence do you think that they're responsible for against working class people? This is a dangerous, vicious, lumpen cunt that belongs in prison. 100%. This is why I think we need to work in the light of day. I'm telling you guys the truth. These are literal feds. These are literal feds. They're Azovites, yes, but they're literal feds. You know how the feds infiltrated the CPUSA? Well, they caught wind of our plan to take it over. And almost everything bad that's happened to me in terms of negative press that I've gotten is because of that. It's because I decided to, point attention at the CPUSA, and the feds who thought they took over the party forever were like, we're not going to let you challenge our dominance over this party, because they already drove it into the ground and neutralized it. And here I came and I want to revitalize our party. So this is literally an existential battle, right? The most important thing, if you're an American and you're a communist, the most important thing for you right now, it is an existential battle. This is like the most important antagonism you should be dealing with now, is this war between the Taqiya, secret infrared operatives in the party. And you have to be secret. Don't fucking get caught and get yourself revealed who you are. And these fucking feds. And you have to play the long game. So you have to do the activism on the ground, because that's what they're looking for delegates next year during the elections. And as we approach those elections, these vicious cunts are going to get even more aggressive, being directed from above by people like Terran, who are literal feds, directing all of the criminal lumpen scum elements of the party to wage their vicious attacks on us. And by the way, their bots are in full motion now and they're getting vicious. I think we need to see our guerrillas stepping up their game and fighting this info war on social media against these people. So I think the guerrillas need to be coordinating more, dealing with people like this and other people. You really need to put these people in their place and show them that they're outnumbered, right? Look at this. This is another vicious cunt, pussy, soy cuck bitch, cold empanadas, kept fucking spamming my shit. I said, okay, let's debate. No, they don't want to debate. Just keep talking shit behind the keyboard. Fucking pussy. Fucking pussy. You don't have a party. You don't have a party. It's ours now. You will be purged in less than 4 years. Enjoy. This is our message. This is really what we're out here saying, This is like listen, guys, everything is about the CPUSA. All of the shit I've been dealing with is because of the CPUSA. Literally, all of it. All of it is about the CPUSA. Like, literally all of it. It's all because they don't want us to take over the CPUSA. You want to ask me a question, Haas? What can we Americans be doing right now? Focus on the party. They are so fucking scared of what we're doing. Focus on the party. Flood that fucking party, and we'll just outnumber them and purge the fuck out of them when elections come around next year. And it's going to be so fucking easy when it happens. we're gonna purge the fuck out of these people. We're gonna purge the fuck out of them, out of our party. So they blocked me, but the news today, so let me break this down to you. The basic news today is that there's some LARPing third positionist guy who made a hit piece video about me, which I'm going to spend today's stream covering and responding to in full. And that's going to take up like 90% of the stream. And it's going to be a lot of interesting things. But in the meantime, a lot of interesting similarities between leftists and this third positionist fascist people. But the first thing I want to cover is like this chapter of the Louisiana CPUSA, they have been like tweeting about me nonstop. This is a literal chapter of the CPUSA, it's the only Louisiana one. Their whole fucking Twitter is like dedicated to bitching and whining about me. So like, let's take it from the top, right? It's actually fucking insane. Like, this is what a serious holy fuck. This is what a serious, supposedly serious Communist Party is doing. Thank you so much, Voidburn, man. Appreciate you.
It's already too late. The floodgates are open. The CPUSA can't stop the tide. We are building a new sun, a sun that is both light and dark, a sun beyond their one-sided comprehension. 2036, guerrillas don't forget.
Thank you so much, Voidburn. Holy fuck, man. Thank you. But yeah, so they tweet nonstop. I already showed you this shit from yesterday. So that was one thing, right? And they continued. Load newest. So they continued today, continuing to tweet about me. Is that Inverhaus is not a dialectician. He's a book-worshipping dogmatist. So to be clear, let me show you just the weakness of the argument they're presenting right now. So I said the patriotism debate's fucking over. Why? Because the Soviet textbook on the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism is saying the same shit that we're saying, except we're being called fascists for it. Ad verbatim. So, for example, the fact that, the reason most of this patriotism debate has been drawn out is because they're basically trying to say that, yes, there was a socialist patriotism, but that was only a form of affirmative action for the oppressed nations and for the global south, not for the imperialist nations, right? So this textbook directly contradicts that, right? So the fact that the proletariat defends the freedom of the nations, their independence, is an expression of the patriotism of the working class. The patriotism of the working class is from the feeling of pride in the contributions they made to the struggle of the oppressed and exploited. It's progressive and revolutionary, and bourgeois propaganda tries to represent the capitalist class as the bearer of patriotic feelings. They want to slur over the fact that the patriotism of the bourgeoisie is always subordinate to its selfish, narrow class interests and to disparage the patriotism of the working class and the communists. In this connection, bourgeois propaganda sometimes refers to passages in the Communist Manifesto which says the working class have no country. Now, leftists and even Bizo MLs are always quoting this specific passage to tell us that we cannot be American patriots and also communists. Because, holy fuck, Jenner, thank you so much, man.
Care package inbound.
Thank you so much, man. They always tell us this shit because apparently it's not possible because the Communist Party. And then this Soviet textbook saying, no, that's bourgeois propaganda. It's perfectly clear that it is not a question of repudiating the fatherland, but of the fact that in society ruled by capitalists, the fatherland is actually usurped by exploiters and not a good father, but a vicious stepfather to the workers. And that by overthrowing the rule of the exploiting classes, the working class creates the conditions for the fullest possible manifestation of its patriotism. For it itself is the true bearer of patriotism in our time. So they quote Lenin, that the fatherland, the given political, cultural, and social environment is the most powerful factor in class struggle. The proletariat cannot be indifferent to and unconcerned about the political, social, and cultural conditions. Can't be indifferent to the fate of its country. Bourgeois ideologists allege that by combating cosmopolitanism, Marxists disavow the international character of their doctrine and become nationalists. But the authors of such falsifications perpetuate a double forgery. First, they put a sign of equality between the cosmopolitanism of the bourgeoisie and the internationalism of the working class. They have nothing in common. And then they ascribe to Marxists the nationalist views which are characteristics of bourgeois ideology. The internationalism of the working class is an expression of their struggle against capitalism. And the unity of their ideology, the ideology of friendship and fraternity of peoples, this does not mean that while belonging to the single international army of working people, the worker ceases to be a Frenchman, Englishman, etc. Quite on the contrary, true and not sham patriotism springs naturally from proletarian internationalism. So the working class wants this not only for itself, but also for the working people, for the whole nation. Only the achievement of its aims, the overthrow of the exploiters, will impede the progress of the nation. Building socialism can bring every nation real freedom, independence, and national greatness. Okay, so this is unambiguously contradicting everything the anti-patriotic faction, revisionists, Sakaists have been saying. So I quoted this, and I said the debate's over. And they have a few copes, right? The Maoists are saying, well, this was a Khrushchevite. No, this Finnish guy was appointed by Stalin, first of all. Second of all, these views were officiated under Stalin's reign. And third of all, regarding the Sino-Soviet split, it was actually the Khrushchevite revisionists who accused Mao of being too nationalistic and too patriotic. So, even if this is revisionist Khrushchevite shit, that would be because it's not patriotic or nationalistic enough, because that was the entire basis upon which the revisionists, wasn't the entire basis, but it was a big basis by which the revisionists attacked Mao. Even Enver Hoxha attacked Mao for being too nationalistic because of his encirclement of the city's ideas. So that's a cope. But the other thing they say is, but this is just book worshipping dogmatism. No, you stupid coping bitch. You fucking pussy. This isn't fucking book worshipping. This is a direct fucking citation from the Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, a Soviet textbook, which at the very bare minimum, even if you disagree with it, does not allow you to sustain this psychotic view that we're fascists for saying the same thing. If a Soviet textbook is saying literally the same thing that we are, you can't keep calling us fascists. That's what we're trying to fucking tell you. And this is the biggest fucking cope of all time. Oh, you're a book-worshipping dogmatist. No, we're trying to tell you that you're uneducated about the tradition of Marxism-Leninism. You're uneducated about the fact that these views were literally commonplace views among all Marxist-Leninists in the history of the 20th century. It's such common sense and such commonplace, like, it's so given that when you talk to Marxist-Leninists in other countries about it, they look at you in a puzzled way and are like, what? Of course we're patriots. Why is this even a fucking debate? But no, listen, whenever these dumb fucks who don't even know what dialectics means, and I'm going to talk a lot about dialectics today, say, oh, this is just because you're just saying this because you're talking out of your ass and you have nothing. This is your way of coping and basically, bullshitting your way out of fucking confronting an actual argument. They never have arguments. They just call us names. You're a dogmatist. You're a book worshiper. You're a fascist. You're a chauvinist. Where's your actual fucking argument, you fucking pussy? You fucking bitch. And my people are in your fucking club, and I swear to God, I cannot fucking wait till our delegates get elected next year. We are going to purge the fuck out of people like you. We're gonna purge the fuck out of you. I can't fucking wait. I cannot fucking wait to purge these filthy criminal scum out of our fucking party. Cannot fucking wait. I really cannot fucking wait. See, this is what I'm saying. They're all out in full force for some fucking reason today. Thank you so much, Dionysus, for the gifted sub. Like, look at this shit. Like, look at these random fucking... They're all out in full force. You're a child, blah, blah, blah. It said you'll never even reach 1% of the masses. But Brooklyn grad student masses head ass, right? That's your fucking masses. You're so far off, you're not even funny. CPUSA members are out here organizing with tenants unions, phone banking for ALU, doing mutual aid, creating book clubs. You're all talk. Show us 1% of progress. Show us you made any progress doing anything whatsoever. You haven't done shit but LARP. And book clubs, LMFAO. What the fuck do you mean book clubs? Haas, you're a fucking streamer. Where does this fucking idea come from that calling me a streamer is a fucking insult? You're a cunt. What the fuck are you talking about? Streamer? Well, as opposed to what? A fucking newspaper writer or some shit? Or someone hired by some fucking NGO? What the fuck is the difference between streaming to an audience on my own independent fucking platform and writing for fucking People's World, which reaches 5 people total? Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Oh, you're the most advanced form of the dissemination of media in 2022. That's such an insult, Haas. Such a fucking insult. Who is this fucking pussy anyway? Follower of Jesus Christ. How? He, him. Follower of Jesus Christ, but also let's show the fucking pronouns, right? You're a fucking streamer. You're a Nah, I can't say that. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I'm just gonna respond with his profile picture. How about that? Just gonna respond with his profile picture. I was gonna say fat ass. I was gonna say they were fat, right? But we're not gonna be fat phobic. We're just gonna respond with their profile picture. I think since they're out in full force, I think the gorillas should be out on full force on fucking Twitter, doing your fucking thing, you know? Get out in full force and coordinate and organize, whatever the fuck. Wage this info war. Wage this info war. How about we start? Let's just ratio this frog guy. How about we just ratio them? I got 9, so let's just spam this in the chat and ratio them. Let's go ahead and get it to 100. Y'all can't see it because the pussy blocked you? Yeah, that's okay. We'll get the mods to get the link, and we'll just fucking ratio him. He's a pussy, so he blocks all my fucking followers. And that's okay. We'll just fucking get mods to spam it. Mods, just spam this in the fucking chat. Spam this in the YouTube chat. Just get everybody to fight, and get it in Discord. Get on the whole thing. Let's just ratio this guy. Put it in the Discord and everything. Fucking pussy. Little bitch. Fucking little bitch. Fucking cartoon. Fucking profile picture. Fucking lib shit. Piece of shit. Fucking pussy. Nord Stream 3, I didn't hear shit about that. I did not hear anything about that. You know what the real thing you gotta fucking keep your eyes on and focus on here is that these people are just angry about the truth. Like, we confront them with the truth and they're angry about it. Every time I'm angry with a position, I will debate it. I will be able to rationally and discursively demonstrate where the line is. But these people they have such a fucking irrational reaction to us that it manifests itself in the form of this like irrational butthurt, ass hurt, fucking seething. And these are like rabid dogs that metaphorically have to be put down. They need to be kicked out of the fucking party and thrown and locked into a fucking mental asylum. They're not capable of like, it makes them foam at the fucking mouth when we fucking confront them with the truth that Marxism, Leninism has always contained socialist patriotism as a fundamental part of what it is.
Based.
Nord Stream 3 is the new doorway to Jackson to infrared subscriber raid system.
Oh, I'm the one who came up with that term on the phone with Jackson. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I told him about that. But did he tell you about that? I don't. But yeah, it's funny. Yeah. I mean, I'm so glad I invested in Jackson as an ally. I would rate him every day on Twitch that he was live. And it paid off because he's like bigger than Vosh now in terms of his average viewers. So we're building a big ass community here, you know? We're building a big ass community. Yeah. If I could disable ads with membership, like you can have it on Twitch, I'll do that as well. But yeah, another coping saying you're a book worshipping dogmatist. No, you're just a fat, soy, low testosterone pussy. And the idea of patriotism bothers you and upsets you for psychoanalytic, like psychosexual reasons. That's not our fucking problem. You clearly have daddy issues. That's okay. You need to go see a therapist or something, but you need to be fucking booted out of the party because you're a mentally ill, deranged fucking freak that has nothing to do with what normal human beings around the fucking world consider like basic facts of what it means to be a communist. Your fucking deranged fucking adoption of Cold War propaganda against communism has no place in our fucking party. No place whatsoever. And look how they copy our memes with like the soy jack shit. Book worshippers, when they find a quote. No, we didn't just find a quote. We have an entire fucking chapter of a textbook supporting our view. That's not just a fucking quote taken out of context. And what do you mean? What do you mean how are we fucking dogmatic? If anything, we're the opposite of dogmatic because our position synthesizes a position that is discernible, that we can put in our own fucking words, but whose essence is clearly replicated across all of fucking history. That's not some dogmatism is when you're literally clinging to a quote from Mao taken out of context, which is book worship. You're taking what Mao meant by book worshiping out of context. That's the literal definition of dogmatism. And even worse, you're just fucking coping and saying that, oh, that's the error of book worship. If I find things in the canon of Marxism and Leninism that contradicts my fucking rad lib position. That's just because it's book worship and you can ignore it because that's book worship. You fucking fat pussy, you fucking low testosterone bitch, you fucking pussy cunt. Fucking little bitch, cunt. Truth is not determined by debate. All day they're fucking seething about me. All fucking day they're seething about me. Seething, whining, bitching, and crying about me all fucking day. And you'd think if they didn't debate it, demonstrate the validity of your position in real time. You can't. You just fucking block us and you fucking smear us because the normal people who are in the CPUSA, if they caught wind of what we were actually about, they would overthrow you fucking party bosses and party lord scum, you fucking parasite gatekeeping pieces of shit, because we're offering a lot of answers to questions that are on everyone's fucking mind, such as, why is this party going nowhere? Why is it accomplishing absolutely fucking nothing? Why is it that we're being stalled and bogged down with all this liberal bullshit? And is there an alternative? You want to eliminate the possibility of an alternative by lying about our positions and continuing to try and fucking slander us, you fucking pussy, you lying pussy bitch. You've always been a lying pussy. That's what you are, a lying pussy. How's it defending a congressman who riled up a crowd of fascists before January 6th? Because this is what I said. I said, it's crazy how the DNC scum are so open about their attacks. They're not even subtle. They're paper tigers because they came out and accused Musk of flashing a private flight attendant. Thank you so much, Chris Morlock. It's clearly a fucking hit piece because he's trying to fucking acquire Twitter, right? But then he says, oh, you're defending a guy who's a bad person personally. You're a fucking... You know what? Is there a solution except gulags? Is there any solution except gulags? These people are such bird brain fucking idiots. It's like they don't have any notion of pragmatic reality. Everything is just judging someone's personal moral character. But because Elon Musk is a bad guy personally. Yeah, is Elon Musk marrying my fucking daughter or something? Or am I making a fucking analysis about contradictions within the ruling class? What the fuck let's just assume all of this is true. He's an apartheid emerald mine billionaire who wants to become Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so you're not going to suck his cock. Congratulations. You're not going to literally get on your knees and suck him off, and you're not sexually attracted to him, and you're not turned on by him, and you're not going to hold his hand and go out to dinner with him and kiss him on the fucking cheek. Okay, we got that. Now, what about the materialist class analysis about the contradictions within the fucking ruling class? You want to actually form a sober and objective analysis, or do you want to fucking keep having your fucking morally indignant language? Here's the that, here's the that, here's the racist, here's the apartheid, here's the fascist, here's the this, here's the that. Is that Marxism? Has Lenin or Marx ever spent their time engaging in fucking any analysis, using all of these morally indignant fucking phrases instead of an objective materialist analysis? Where the fuck does that come from? Where the fuck does that fucking instinct to just throw labels on people instead of trying to actually understand what's going on in the world? Where does that fucking come from? It's the same thing as what I told you in that speech I gave before the stream, when I told you that these people hold all reality to the standard of this like impossible ideal of perfection, and that any inconsistency or contradiction within that is made to be the essence of their fucking position. So if I say one thing that paints Elon Musk in like even the slightest good light, not even good, but just like the slightest light of him being right about something and others being wrong, then you have to point out how, oh, actually, Elon Musk is actually bad in all of X, Y, and Z ways. So, what does that have to do with anything I'm saying? You know, Mao, during the war against Japan, he allied with the KMT. The Bolsheviks sent money to the Turkish nationalists who actually used the arms the Bolsheviks gave them to kill communists. The Soviets helped Nasser. Nasser literally hung Egyptian communists. Thank you so much, Morlock. Appreciate you, man. So it's like, if you're not able to understand primary and secondary contradictions within the frame of reference Not even of a practical position of like, oh, we should ally with this person, but just like an analysis of what's fucking going on. You're not a Marxist. You can't be a Marxist. You're an emotional toddler. You're an immature little bitch. You're a fucking child who should never ever be allowed to have control of the official fucking Communist Party chapter of Louisiana. Right? And then I responded to this shit like, yeah, hit jobs against Musk had nothing to do with the Twitter acquisition or his denunciation of the Democrats. Just like hit jobs against Cawthorn had nothing to do with him exposing the Republican establishment. And the reason that those connections are not allowed to be made is because they're bad people. That's materialism. You want to know what these stupid fucking people did? And I can't tell you what I think should be done with these fucking people, but when rationality is not possible anymore, what's left? Now Infrahaz is defending a congressman who... What did I just mock these fucking people for doing? And the reason is because they're bad people. Haz, Cawthorn is a bad person. He's a bad person. Does anyone see the fucking insanity of this? Does anyone see the literal insanity of this? These fucking NPCs cannot think. They're incapable of thought. They're incapable of using their heads. They're incapable of thought. It's fucking incredible. It is actually baffling. It is literally baffling. It's like you confront them with this shit and they just go, yeah. And they'll just fucking hiss at you. They literally hiss like a fucking animal instead of being able to respond to what you're actually fucking saying. Well, fuck you too, Hans. Fuck you, Hans. Whenever you get to the point where you're in a fucking dialectic battle with someone and you're arguing with them, and then you eventually have to give up and respond and like, well, fuck you. You lost, bitch. You're a pussy and you fucking lost. You have no rational response. You have no fucking response. You fucking coping bitch. You have no response whatsoever. Except fucking seething through your fucking mouth, you goddamn fucking pussy. How dare you fucking rear your head in public, you fucking seething, lying pussy. You can't treat these people like humans. You cannot. They are not even human. You literally cannot treat these fucking scum like human beings. They are not human. Plainly, they are not human. There's nothing human about these people. They're literal bots. They are literal fucking bots. This is what happens when we have no coherent ideology beyond owning the libs. Pointing out contradictions between the ruling class, pointing out ambiguous, populist, not everything is, you can't fucking put everything in some pre-made ideological cardboard box. There are ambiguous, populistic phenomena that happen that don't belong to some pre-existing fucking agenda. Sometimes it's communities that form based on mutual recognition that are somehow outside of this deep state, and yes, there is a fucking deep state, and them entering into contradiction with the establishment, that doesn't mean you're endorsing their ideology. That doesn't mean you're endorsing every fucking belief they had about the world. It's about actually having an objective fucking analysis. That's why Lenin, for example, in contrast to what Paul Moron is trying to fucking say, said that we need to support the anti-imperialist bourgeoisie against imperialism. And why is that? Is it for some moral or ideological reason? No! It's because objectively speaking, there's a contradiction between the anti-imperialist bourgeoisie and the imperialist bourgeoisie. That's an objective contradiction that exists irregardless of ideology. Mao said that the war against the Japanese was a primary contradiction, irregardless of ideology, and that the class struggle was a secondary contradiction, and that's where ideology is going to have more of a decisive role. These people don't think like materialists or Marxists. Everything for them is about ideology. Everything is about what box people's ideology is in, or what moral shortcomings they have. This person's a capital. Yeah, who gives a fuck? What does it have to do with an objective analysis? Like, there are plenty of people who are capitalists. Just being a capitalist, just being a billionaire is not enough to define your class interest. There's still contradictions among that ruling class, believe it or not. Thank you, Reaper, so much. And thank you so much, Chris Morlock. Appreciate you guys. There's still class contradictions. There are still class contradictions within the ruling class. But no, you have this simplistic fucking view of reality where it's like, you don't put reality first, you put your fucking ideology first. You're a fucking ideologue. You worship an idol. You worship idols. You don't even pretend to have a connection to the real world or try to form a concrete analysis of the concrete situation. Everything for you is about confirming your preconceived ideological fucking psychotic worldview. You can't even at the very minimum acknowledge that Musk is somehow rattling up the Democrats and the media establishment and they're going after him because of his Twitter acquisition. You can't even do the minimum to acknowledge that. No, forget the ideological implications. Just look at reality objectively. Look at the objective fucking reality that's as clear as day. But these people are scared of doing that because they're actually tempted by the idea that if they look at reality objectively, they may become fascist and that Nazism may in fact be true. Well, I think they don't actually believe in anything they say. They don't actually believe in it. If they actually hadn't opened themselves to an unbiased view of reality, they're actually scared that they might be tempted by Nazi ideology and they'll be like, oh, I'll just become a Nazi. They don't trust that there's some kind of connection between the intuition of what you consider moral intuition and objective fact. And that is the fundamental problem with these fake materialists. They don't think there's a connection between these irrational intuition that they have and objective facts. They're not willing to imperil their heart and their sentimental ideological feelings with they don't believe in this thing of seek truth from facts. Don't seek truth from metaphysical precepts and ideological precepts. Seek truth from facts, no matter what they happen to be. Seek your truth from the actual facts of the real world. Be open to the fact that reality isn't premised by ideology. Seek your truth from the actual fucking facts. But no, they don't fucking do that because they're scared that if they do that, their ideology is going to be disproven. That's why they're not Marxists. They take Marxism literally as like a Scientology cult instead of a literal science. That's the fucking difference. They actually think we'll just allow Nazbols to take over the party, having expelled... Yeah, can I ask you guys a question? This is what's so fucking creepy. It is so weird and so creepy. I have interacted with just about 24 CPUSA accounts on Twitter, and all of them are pushing this idea that we've expelled several. Where are they? Who is feeding them this dialogue loop to say? I have interacted with like a dozen of these people today. Every single one of them is saying, we've expelled several. Like this exact line. So they're clearly being fed this line by someone, because from my intelligence channels and my lines of communication that I'm getting, I am not getting any significant news of a bunch of people getting fucking expelled. It's actually disgusting. Y'all need to get serious about joining that fucking party, because it's the heat is being turned up, and they're all out on their push to get in a purge, right? And they're fucking paranoid as shit, and they're fucking freaking out and panicking, just like I fucking told you, right? So you gotta fucking practice that taqiyya, and you gotta really fucking root yourself in that fucking party. Root yourself in that fucking party. Dig your fucking claws and heels in that fucking party. And join if you haven't. Don't just join though. Be a very active leader in your chapter and in your party. Be very active. Do their dumb activism shit. Lead the initiatives, lead the efforts, gain their fucking trust, and then fuck them when we have an election next year. Just hold it all in. All the cringe. You're gonna have to do a lot of cringe. Hold it all in. In one fucking year, we purge all of these scum. One fucking year, we purge all of them. All of them purged. 1 year. Just keep it all inside. Deal with it. Stomach it. Have discipline for 1 year. Then when 1 year passes, and then by the way, this is what you're gonna do. When you spend your time with the party, it's gonna be tough. You're gonna have to stomach a lot. You wanna know where you're gonna get your release? You're gonna watch the infrared show with me, and we're gonna just be the opposite of that culture here. And you're gonna go on Discord, and you're gonna be able to, all of that repressed anti-liberal and anti-cringe shit that's in your stomach, infrared will be your outlet. Don't worry about that. We will be your outlet. You'll come here, and we get to say the R word here. We get to say retard here. You can't say it in the party. You have to hold it in, right? You come on our Telegram or watch me. We can say retard, for example, right? That's what we're talking about. Just hold it in and then be a fucking devil in infrared. Be an angel in the CPUSA. Be a devil in our community. So you can stomach it. You will. We can do this, guys. We can do this. We can fucking do this, okay? You gotta stomach it. You gotta stomach it. But we can fucking do this. And then in 1 year, in one fucking year, it's all it's gonna take. 1 year, we purge the fuck out of all these people. Best case scenario, there's a civil war in the party. Because even if we don't fully take over the party next year, we are going to have significant positions of power. Significant. Yes, 1 year, be a delegate. Ooh, we're gonna clean house with this fucking party. We're gonna clean house. We're gonna clean house from top to bottom, from bottom to top. They seem to think that procedural tricks will protect non-active members who flagrantly violate the party's democratic centralism. Okay, this is what their strategy is if you didn't know. They're going to be looking for the non-active members to purge, right? So if you're in the party, be active. Even if you don't have a lot of time, spend some time being active. Because their strategy right now is to be like, oh, we're just going to purge the non-active members. No, go to their meetings, do the activism, do the on-the-ground work, do the phone banking and canvassing and all that cringe Protestant Puritan shit that they value to do, like just to make themselves feel better, even though it doesn't lead to any real material outcome. Do all that shit that they want you to fucking do, and you'll be fine. Fucking bitch. Fucking pussy. And look at this dumb fuck. Literal stupid fuck. So I made this promoting tonight's stream. Thanks for the free publicity. If you're tired of fascists claiming to represent the real communist movement in the imperial core, join the Communist Party. They're literally telling my followers to join the party. That's how fucking stupid these people are. Yeah, I agree. Join the party. Join the party. They keep calling us Nazbols. They keep calling us fascists. Which is ironic. Because today we're going to be responding to a video from real self-proclaimed fascists who, and it's going to be beautiful because they literally arrive at the exact same conclusion as our leftist enemies in this video. And I'm just basically going to break down and get through this fucking video, which was called So this is the video, right? And probably most of
the
the
track
stream
record
today
of
is
the
going to be spent responding to it. So the video is called "Why Haas is Wrong About Conservative Communism and Patriotic Socialism." So to give you a TLDR, I responded to it in the comments, and I was basically like, so this is Zoltanius. This is basically Zoltanius, or Zoltanius' friend. It's connected to Zoltanius, the guy I debated a year ago. So I wrecked this fucking guy in a debate. But if you didn't know this guy calls himself a fascist, but adopts all of the left-wing communism, anti-Leninist arguments, and is basically like, well, Lenin was a revisionist, Stalin was a revisionist, actually, pure Marxism. So they're basically coming from that fucking perspective of left-com bullshit. But they're literally a fascist. They call themselves a literal fascist. Right? And they made this video to like reach out and make friends with the anti-Patsock people or whatever. Like, how's this wrong about patriotic socialism? So I watched some of this, and I basically was able to come to the conclusion pretty easily that all of this stupid bullshit, all of this critique literally comes from an absence of knowing what critique is in the first place. They confuse the appearance for the essence of things, and moreover, confuse the fact that there's a discontinuity between modernity and tradition. And I'm going to clarify what I mean by that later, but all of this can be summed up as TFW, no dialectics. So if everyone would just spam the comments, TFW, no dialectics, that would be accurate. Although I'd never advocate for anyone to spam anyone. I'm just saying that would be the accurate response to this. They're trying to take passages and quotations from Marx, Lenin, and other people without understanding the dialectical view that underpins those very quotations. So when you take them one-sidedly in the absence of a dialectic understanding, of course you're going to arrive at the exact opposite position that they actually fucking had. Like, for example, if you cling to the phrase, communists believe in everyone should be equal. Well, that's not even true, because that's not even something communists have said. But let's just say, like, communists believe in overthrowing capitalism. Then you could just, like, say a very simple question, like, well, how could you overthrow capitalism without developing capitalism to such an extent that its own inner contradictions develop that give rise to its very, very own overthrow? So actually opposing capitalism means that you're pro-capitalism, right? So in the absence of dialectics, you have all of these tricks that they use to ascribe to you a position that is the opposite to the one that you have, because they're making an unjustifiable assumption that you're coming from a formalist or one-sided perspective rather than a dialectic one. So what is a dialectic perspective? All a dialectic perspective is that it's recognizing that the object of your position, the object of your thought, your ideology, and your views is ultimately going to be a contradiction. It's going to be the unity of what are opposites. Those opposites happen to be the contradiction between the content and form or something, or the appearance or essence of something. So when we say, for example, that communism is conservative, the object of that association is precisely going to be a unity of opposites. It's not going to try and say that, oh, clearly communism isn't the same fucking thing as this, like, vernacular idea of conservatism that I have, but by associating these opposites, I'm trying to give expression to a deeper sense, right? Which does make sense at an intuitive level. Most people understand my positions intuitively to be correct. But when you put your nerd glasses on, you arrive at the conclusion that, logically speaking, this actually ends up being a contradiction. Well, what is it a contradiction for? It's a contradiction for the pure form of some kind of logical axiom that you're ascribing to my position that was never there in the first place. I have not presented my position to be a dogmatic, logical type of axiom, some kind of purely formal claim. My position synthesizes the unity of form and content. If you're not able to understand that, you're going to be pointing out all kinds of inconsistencies and contradictions. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't fucking understand dialectics, you dumb fuck. So let's get through the fucking video.
My main goal of this video is to show that people like Hawes and those who are associated with the Infrared Project or...
By the way, I think this person's a teenager, so I'm not gonna go too heavy on them because I literally think it's a teenager. They're very illiterate, extremely illiterate, and just not very well read about anything that they're trying to talk about.
Spout ideas such as patriotic socialism, conservative communism, and similar labels are bad.
By the way, patriotic socialism is the label our enemies came up with.
Marxist, according to the words of Marx, Engels, and Lenin themselves. I don't want this to turn into a historical debate, hence why I will leave my quotations to the three thinkers of whom we can both agree are orthodox Marxist. I am also not trying to delve into the details about Maoism, Stalinism, or other figures.
So this is like, right off the bat, they're like, okay, I'm going to try and delegitimize your position, but the entire history of the USSR and China, you know the things that actually gave meaning to what Marxism was in the first place? Those are completely irrelevant. I'm going to have an extremely dogmatic and doctrinaire type of interpretation of Marx, Engels, and Lenin to prove that your position is illegitimate. Never mind that your position is correct when measured under the standard of the actual experience of communism in the 20th century. I'm going to have a very narrow interpretation, and very wrong interpretation, I should add, of what Marx, Engels, and Lenin say in order to determine the legitimacy of your position. Well, here's the problem with your methodology. Your methodology contradicts the methodology of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. They had a dialectic methodology according to which the development of a thing has to be judged at the very end of the process, not from an axiomatic first cause. That's a metaphysical and dogmatic view, not a dialectic one. According to the dialectic view, a thing its quality is only possible to be judged at the end of its development, through the process of its real being, not through some first cause dogmatic axiom that is like the measure of all things. If you read Engels' Dialectic of Nature, you read Marx's early writings, you read Marx, how he talks about his method in Capital. Their method contradicts this. If the real world practice of Marxism actually proves the correctness of my position, you cannot then go and say, oh, never mind the real world practice of Marxism. This is a very narrow interpretation of what Marx, Engels, and Lenin meant. No. What Marx, Engels, and Lenin actually meant can only be proven in how their position was practiced in reality. That is the only criteria for its real proof. So right off the bat, you're an amateur dumbass who doesn't know anything about Marxism, and that's 30 seconds into your fucking video. Just 30 seconds into your video, you've proven your inability to understand anything about Marxism. The most fundamental thing being the unique nature of the Marxist dialectic.
Are countries that were led by self-described communist parties. Rather, I will be taking a look at the positions that Hawes has taken and seeing how well they mesh with actual Marxist theory. For this reason, I will be quoting extensively from Marx, Engels, and Lenin to show that I am not just making stuff up, but rather showing how this socialist patriotism is no way true to Marxism, which leaves Hawes as a bad Marxist and subsequently a bad nationalist.
You know what's funny? It's so funny how the fascist LARPer is allied with all of my leftoid CPUSA enemies. I told you guys this before. It's us versus everybody. All these scum are unified against us. It's not just that we've united all of the left against us. There's even niche LARPer factions of the right that are united with the leftists against us. They're all united against us. All of them. It's just like how in the Japanese invasion of China, all of the ultra-leftists joined the Japanese fascist invaders. It's just like how in the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, the ultra-leftists sided with the Nazis. The anarchists in Ukraine, they were Nazi collaborators. Same thing within the Soviet Union. Same thing even... There were left comms that literally said Bolshevism is a greater danger than Nazism. So, and then obviously we know about the way Trotsky collaborated with the Nazis. So there you go. They're all allied. They call us Nazbols and call us fascists. These are what the self-proclaimed fascists are saying about us, you fucking bitch. They're siding with you, CPUSA libtards. They're siding with you. They agree with you. That's how you know we're fucking real. Both the left and right deviations are attacking us. That's how you fucking know we're the real deal.
Because of this imminent dialectical critique I will be doing of Hawes and holding him to the fire of his own purported ideology, My friends on the actual Marxist left should be in virtually unanimous agreement about everything
His friends in the Marxist left.
I'm about to say. However, I do want to make it clear that I am not a Marxist. I am merely showing why Hawes is a bad Marxist. For a more in-depth explanation about why communism is incompatible with conservatism, traditionalism, nationalism, etc., I suggest checking out the essay that my friend Zoltanis and I co-
Do you guys want me to cover this instead, or you want me to cover the video? You want me to cover this Substack made by Zoltanius, the pussy who I destroyed in a debate so ran away and made a fucking Substack, instead of having another debate with me?
wrote together. Like in this video, we primarily relied off quotations from Marx, Engels, and Lenin. And again, with few exceptions, that is an essay
Yeah, I'll check the essay out after.
actual
I'll like skim through it.
orthodox Marxist-Leninist should be able to easily agree with. In order to not have to watch hours
So they're literally pandering to all of the fucking leftists we're at war with. Because they all have the same position. It's funny how, theoretically speaking, the ultra-leftists we're attacking are in literal unanimous agreement with self-proclaimed fascists. It's almost like, why is that? Why are they all in agreement with each other?
hours and hours of live streams, I will be limiting my analysis of Hawes to his formal explanation videos that he has, and that are even on the front page of his website. I'll also be using a few quotes from his Substack as well. In his video, Socialist Patriotism, America versus America, Hawes and the Infrared Collective tried to lay out their
I had nothing, I wasn't in that fucking video, so... But I'm gonna defend it anyway, obviously, but it's like, it's just like such amateur mistakes, you know?
case for socialist patriotism. Here, of course, socialism is meant as a scientific and Marxist socialism. The video sets out to answer,
What was the actual relationship between socialists and patriotism historically?
we are then immediately told,
What becomes immediately clear is that the track record
$5 to cover both.
Thank you, Grimes.
of the 19th and especially 20th centuries show that socialists and communists have consistently been patriotic and deeply attuned to the national realities of the countries they hail from.
Next, it said that only due to Americanism do leftists say that
Imagine they can elevate themselves above national realities and speak on behalf of an abstract working class, uprooted and estranged from its particular and national instantiation.
the first evidence provided of this long socialist patriotic tradition, allegedly going all the way back to Marx and Engels, is from the Communist Manifesto. Literally in the quote itself, Marx and Engels are quoted as, they speak of national struggle in form and not in substance. And the actual full quote then says, the proletariat of each country must, of course, first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. The national struggle in particular countries is not the end-all, be-all. In fact, the Communist Manifesto is full of quotes promoting internationalism and
Hold
anti-nationalism.
on, just to be clear, I'm gonna wait.
The nationalities of the peoples who join together according to the principle of community will be just as much compelled by this union to merge with one another and thereby supersede themselves as the various differences between the states and classes disappear through the superseding of their basis, private property. We can also glean the Marxist view of nationalities from their views of religion as well. All religions, so far, have been the expression of historical stages of development of individual peoples or groups of peoples, but communism is the stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and brings about their disappearance. And as this video progresses, I will show more and more quotes and statements proving what should be an
There was a part specifically that was talking about the national and substance I was waiting for, but I'm just gonna address it now. I think it's probably gonna come up again. Saying that the class struggle is national in form doesn't mean that it's trivial. Form matters, because without the national, if national realities were the content of struggle, then national reality would already be predetermined, which means it would not undergo any fundamental development. For the national reality to be the form means that it is the object of development. It is the thing that is being developed by way of its true essential content. So that's a very important distinction. If you elevate the nation to the level of the substance or the content, there can be no deeper national reality because it's just the thing that so happens to be on the surface. Nothing is deeper. It's already predefined and it doesn't need to undergo any development. So the development of form is only possible when the content is not the same as the form. So for the nation to be the form of the class struggle means that the class struggle is the engine of national development. That is how the nation actually has a history and develops. Without that, the nation is this fixed thing which, if it was the true content, it doesn't have any fundamental, actual material reality. It's just some kind of fixed thing in the background. The manner by which it exerts influence on events being almost invisible. So why even talk about the nation? When these people call themselves nationalists and talk about the nation, they're not referring to the nation. They're referring to the superficial appearance of the nation under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. They're not actually referring to the nation at its most fundamental level, which is form. So form doesn't mean it's trivial. Content is not true form. Content is content. Form is form.
In form and not in substance. And the actual full quote then says, the proletariat of each country must, of course, first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. The national struggle in particular countries is not the end-all, be-all. In fact, the Communist Manifesto is full of quotes promoting internationalism.
No, it can't be the end-all, be-all, because that would reduce national realities to some kind of fixed object of knowledge. Which means the national reality doesn't even have any substance at all. For if the national reality is the substance, it does not have the quality of substance. There's a difference between national realities being the substance of struggle and national realities having the quality of substantiality. In order for national realities to have the quality of substantiality, they cannot be the content of their own development. This is very simple dialectic thinking.
Anti-nationalism. The nationalities of the peoples who join together according to the principle of community will be just as much compelled by this union to merge with one another and thereby supersede themselves as the various differences between the states and classes disappear through the superseding of their basis.
Okay. Now let's look at the context of this quote. So this was published in 1847. This was published in 1847. And sorry, was it published? No, it was never published. It was a draft of a communist confession of faith that was never even published and was only published in 1969. So this is the evidence they're using. Will nationalities continue to exist under communism? The nationalities of people who join together according to the principles of community will be just as much compelled by this union to merge with one another and supersede themselves as the various differences between classes. Okay. So, actually, this has both of the quotes that they have in question. This is from an unpublished draft, which was never published, which means you can't hold it to the standard of being the actual final view of Marx and Engels. There was plenty of things they didn't publish because they realized there was an underdeveloped view. But this in no way implies that nationalities cease to exist. If the existing nationalities joining together according to the principle of community merge together and supersede themselves, that's not the same thing as nationalities ceasing to exist. I bet in the original German, supersede means Aufhebung. So if nationalities are superseded, if they undergo the Hegelian Aufhebung, they're just preserved in a new form. They take a new form. Actually, I can't think of a better example than the Soviet Union for something like that. The Soviet Union contained various different nationalities. They merged together, they fused together, and yet somehow the differences between them were sublated and preserved in a new way, into a new kind of fucking unity. So again, this narrow interpretation of what Engels is saying stems from a lack of understanding what dialectics is. If you don't understand dialectics, you don't understand what supersede means. You just think that he's saying they're all going to join together in a melting pot and completely annihilate one another. Never does he say that nationalities are annihilated. They supersede themselves. That happened in China. That happened in the Soviet Union. And by the way, nationalities don't refer to the more fundamental civilizational character of a people. For example, is China a nation? I don't think it's just a nation. China is a civilization that contains many different groups that would fall under the category of what a nation is, according to the European conception of the nation state. So no. Nice L. Second, do communists reject existing religions? All religions which have existed hitherto were expressions of historical stages of development of individual peoples or group of people. But communism is that stage of development which makes all existing religions superfluous and supersedes them. Again, the key word is supersede. Doesn't mean it negates them. As far as rendering them superfluous, you have to understand the new role religion took during modernity. So although Engels didn't talk about this explicitly, you're missing the crucial context of what religion meant to Marx and Engels through this kind of young Hegelian lens of the critique of religion that they interpreted German idealism's development to have entailed. But the religion in question was religion only so far as that was taken in the philosophical sense of religion. Religion as some kind of alienated essence of humanity. This didn't actually refer to religion in its real material reality. What is the proof we need of this? The actual role religion would take in communist states, such as the Soviet Union, later on, where they came to realize there's more to religion than the philosophical criticism of religion could possibly exhaust. So insofar as religion is reduced to being the object of philosophical criticism, Engels is right. Communism does make all of that superfluous. After all, in modernity, religious form takes on the quality of artificiality. It's disconnected from the effectual, sensuous reality of religious feeling that predominates among the masses. It turns into this corpus of dogma that is fully molded in the same artificial clay as the rest of the idols of liberal modernity. So, again, you're not actually engaging in any original or independent analysis of what, not so much what, but why Marx and Engels are saying what they're saying. It's almost like you're just taking everything at face value and not engaging in any deeper kind of inquiry as to why they're saying what they're saying. It's almost like you're directly contradicting Marx's method, according to which the appearance of things and their essence are not the same, and that the critical method is about revealing the deeper rationality and deeper processes behind an object of inquiry that manages to present itself to you in some way.
Private property. We can also glean the Marxist view of nationalities from their views of religion as well. All religions so far have been the expression of historical stages of development of individual peoples or groups of peoples, but communism is the stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and brings about their disappearance. And
hold on, did he just misquote it or something? Like, because Engels here says supersedes them. He doesn't say brings about their disappearance. So why did he omit the part where he says supersedes them and not, maybe this is from a different passage? Oh. Wait, this is the principles of communism. So, oh, sorry. Okay, I have to make a correction. So this was actually from the principles of communism, which was actually still only first published in 1914. So it wasn't actually published. It was still unpublished, and it was still written in 1847, but it was first published in 1914 by Bernstein. And here you have the same thing, although translated differently, thereby to dissolve themselves. I don't know. This isn't the original translation, so we'd have to look at that original translation. But supersede seems like it would be more accurate. This was translated originally in German, I bet, right? Because this was before the exile after 48. So I bet this was in German. Highly doubt he actually said dissolve. But even if he did, that would just be the existing nationalities of the people, not nationalities in general. So what will be existing religions? Again, okay, so here it says brings about their disappearance. So let's look at this right here. Similarly, this refers to answer a question in the June draft where he says supersedes them. So I would like to know the original translation of this to see if this is actually what was said. Brings about their disappearance. Well, regardless, you don't even need to look at this to find passages from Marx and Engels talking about the disappearance of religion. Clearly, this was their view. The question is, were they actually talking about religion in a sufficiently exhaustive sense? I argue that the experience of history proves otherwise. Plus, wasn't it also Marx and Engels' view that the revolution would first occur in advanced England? Didn't they later, through the course of experience, correct this view? So it's kind of like you have to actually arrive at the essence of their position instead of taking out positions at a given time, regardless of situating them within the context of their reasoning.
And as this video progresses, I will show more and more quotes and statements proving what should be an uncontroversial thesis that communism is in fact antithetical to nationalism. We are then presented with a quote from Marx's Critique of the Gothic program, which again is another cherry-picked quote. As the title suggests, Marx's Critique of the Gothic program is a criticism of the planks put forth by Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, the so-called Gothic program. The specific quote the Infrared Collective chose stems from Marx's critique of point 5 of the Gothic program, which reads as follows. The working class strives for its emancipation, first of all, within the framework of the present-day national state, conscious that the necessary result of its efforts, which are common to the workers of all civilized countries, will be the international brotherhood of peoples. And now, to give full context to the quote that was cherry-picked, Marx immediately after writes, the non-Marxist socialist Lassalle, in opposition to the Communist Manifesto and to all earlier socialism, conceived the workers' movement from the narrowest national standpoint. He is being followed in this, and that after the work of the International. It is altogether self-evident that, to be able to fight at all, the working class must organize itself at home as a class and that its own country is the immediate arena of its struggle. Insofar, its class struggle is national, not in substance, but, as the Communist Manifesto says, in form. So not only does the full context of this quote reveal how Infrared is trying to distort the meaning of the quote,
how is it being fucking distorted? You have to understand, Lassalle was only working within... Lassalle was meeting with, like, Bismarck. He was reducing the International to the narrow national conditions of Germany at the time. By the way, for them to be narrowly national also means they're not deeply national enough. How are we distorting anything? I'd love to hear how we've distorted anything, given the wider context of the quote we've deliberately omitted.
But the full quote also explicitly affirms my assertion that their previous cherry-picked quote from the Communist Manifesto is also being distorted for something it is not. Barely into the video, and they are already off to a poor start. The video then says,
What is being distorted? Because he said it's not in substance but in form? Well, yeah, that's what gives substance to the nation. The fact that it is not its own substance. If the nation was itself the substance, it would not have the quality of substantiality. Get that through your fucking head. If it itself was the substance of its own development, it itself would not have the quality of substantiality. And why is that? Because the nation, through the dialectic process of its actual development, enters into contradiction with itself in some kind of way. That contradiction is what defines what the nation is in content. And if that contradiction simply is the nation itself, it doesn't have any substance. The nation would just be reduced to the kind of deeper cause of a more fundamental substantive reality suspended in development. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If the nation was the substance, there would be no deeper national reality. Why? Because the actual process suspended in development, the actual thing suspended in the process of its development, would not be the nation. The nation would be its substance, its content. The thing in development would not actually be national.
Marxist-Leninists never advocate on behalf of an abstract, supranational working class, nor do they preach the destruction of their own nations and berate their own people for their ostensible backwardness.
While the alleged Marxist-Leninists they have in mind may have never said this, it is clear that both Marx, Engels, and Lenin all believed in this. Returning to the manifesto.
Let's rewind that because it was too fast. What did Marx, Engels, and Lenin believe in? Let's see.
Supranational working class, nor do they preach the...
The video then says,
Marxist-Leninists never advocate on behalf of an abstract, supranational working class, nor do they preach the destruction of their own nations and berate their own people for their ostensible backwardness.
while the alleged Marxist-Leninists they have in mind may have never said this, it is clear that both Marx, Engels, and Lenin all believed in this.
But you just showed how they didn't fucking believe that, because the class struggle is national in form. I don't think you appreciate what the significance of form here is. I think you just think form is like, oh, they just said that's form. Form doesn't mean... No, form is everything. Do you think content has any apparent reality? It doesn't. The reality of content is only actualized through form. Form is everything. So if the class struggle, if the universal class struggle is national in form, that means the only way we could relate to it is within the context of a given nation. There is no supranational working class because that implies that the form of the working class is supranational. Like, you're referring to a working class as an object, right? You're referring to it as an object. But you're not just referring to it as an object, you're also referring to it as a substantive reality. A working class, a group of people. Well, what is the form of that group? Is the form of that group itself supranational? No, you dumb fuck. It's national in form. Get this through your fucking head. You don't understand the dialectic of content and form.
Returning to the manifesto, Marx and Engels say, "The communists are further reproached with desiring to abolish countries and nationality. The working men have no country. We cannot take from them what they have not got."
And why is that, by the way? Why is that? Maybe it's because through enclosures and other fucking process, they were deprived of the quality of national substantiality. They were deprived of the quality of being able to have any stake or roots in their fucking nation. And that the nation was already deprived from them, or taken away from them. It's almost like their nationality was taken from them when they were robbed of their fucking land. You know, the thing that attaches them and gives them some kind of fucking connection to their nation? They were taken from that and reduced to being fucking cogs in the wheel. Maybe it's almost like Marx and Engels are saying, you're saying we communists want to abolish countries and nations. No, we don't. You've already abolished it and taken away from them. And what do they say instead? Oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. You want to talk about quotes taken out of fucking context? You want to talk about quotes taken out of fucking context? I can't tell if this shit is fucking deliberate. Holy fuck, these people are liars. Plain and simple liars. Chapter 2, Proletarians and Communists. So this is what they say immediately after. We cannot take from them what they have not got. Since the proletariat must first of all acquire political supremacy, must rise to be the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation, it is so far itself national, but not in the bourgeois sense of the word. Look at what these fucking snakes did. They said, this is the quote from the Communist Manifesto. The working men have no country. We can't take from what they have not got. National differences are disappearing. That's not what they fucking said. They said, we can't take from what they have not got, but the proletariat must fight to reclaim their nation. That's literally what they say afterwards. Fight to reclaim your nation because it was taken away from you. It's actually fucking incredible how much this is so dishonest. What kind of dumbass watches this fucking video and is like, oh, they made a really good point here. You fucking just omitted the most important fucking passage here. Now, let's address the one they decided to focus on, which is this one.
Got. National differences and antagonism between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production, and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. The supremacy of the proletariat will cause them to vanish still faster.
Okay, so let's be fucking clear about the context here, because this guy talks about, oh, we took and cherry-picked quotes out of context. No, that's what you're doing. So they specifically talk about national differences and antagonism between peoples are more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to capitalism more or less, right? But the key context of this is this: united action of the leading civilized countries at least is one of the first conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. This is the immature view of Marx and Engels that they later abandoned. And why did they later abandon this view? Because it's very clear that national differences and antagonism were not vanishing. They were deepening and consolidating themselves in ways Marx and Engels had not anticipated at the time. Just in as much, the united action of the civilized countries was no longer going to be the basis for the emancipation of the proletariat, but actually the revolution within, the anticipated revolution within Russia, according to Marx and Engels, and the later years of their life. So this is taken out of context. But there's a key significance here. There was no developed nationalism at the time Marx and Engels were writing this. Nationalism was an artificial project, and the national differences and antagonisms that were the object of that project were not being clearly defined at the time. So this is just complete bullshit, right? That's the context of what Marx and Engels are writing here. Like, Germany had not even yet constituted itself as a united nation. All you need is like, just look at the revolution of 1848, which was a German national revolution. Marx and Engels were fully supporting it. When they were referring to this differences and antagonism more and more vanishing, they're referring to things like how all of these separate, different parts of Germany were separated, but there was this deeper aspiration for them to be united. They just superimposed this German national project of unity onto the unity of the civilized countries in general. Clearly, it didn't play out like that, and they later acknowledged that. So this is fucking stupid to point out.
Now, for Lenin, I will just provide one quote, although there are countless other statements by him expressing the exact same sentiment.
Sounds like a bluff to me. Sounds like a huge bluff to me.
Some of which I will show later. The class-conscious workers fight hard against every kind of nationalism, both the crude, violent, black hunter nationalism, and that most refined nationalism which preaches the equality of nations together with the splitting up of the workers' cause.
So this comes from a passage something Lenin wrote in 1914, corrupting the workers with refined nationalism. So preaches the equality of nations together with the splitting up of the workers' cause, the workers' organizations, and the working class movement according to nationality. So do you know what that means, you dumb fuck? It means we're against a refined nationalism that preaches equality of nations alongside splitting up the workers' cause according to nationality. Now, there are plenty of context to this. Lenin called the Russian Empire the prison house of nations. So Russia is one civilizational space with many different nationalities within it. Lenin believed in one workers' cause and one workers' movement within this Russian civilizational big space. He didn't use that term for it, but that's what it was in practice. He was against a refined nationalism that at the same time preaching an equality of nations wanted to split up the workers' cause, the workers' organizations, and working class movement. But the workers' cause, the workers' organizations, and working class movement were already national in form. So he's clearly talking about within the Russian Empire here. Unlike all the varieties of the nationalist bourgeoisie, the class-conscious workers carrying out the decisions of the recent conference stand only for the most incomplete and fully applied equality of nations and languages, but also for the amalgamation of the workers of different nationalities in united proletarian organizations of every kind. What's wrong with that? Any problem? Herein lies the fundamental distinction between the national program of Marxism and of any bourgeoisie, be it the most advanced. We want to remove every trace of distrust, estrangement, suspicion, and enmity. What's wrong with that? And fully equality implies the repudiation of all privileges for any one languages and the recognition of the right to self-determination for all languages. Again, this is all within the context of the Russian Empire. You want a fucking example of this? Just look at the fucking examples he's using of the bourgeois nationalism, the refined nationalism, the Bundists, the liquidators, the Narodniks, the various petty bourgeois groups. These are all groups within the Russian Empire. He's not talking about the whole fucking world in context here. Again, you removed it from its fucking context and thought you were saying something smart. It's embarrassing. Let the petty... Yeah, this is what he's fucking talking about. Now, you go further in time and you want to look at the context of what Lenin's saying. Lenin's not a Russian nationalist. He believes in a united Russian civilization. That's the fucking context of what he's saying. Whether he knows it at the time or not, that's what it turned out to actually be. The amalgamation wasn't only through the ideological unity of communism, but through a historical unity that was represented, created by the history of Russia as a civilization itself.
The workers' organizations, and the working class movement according to nationality. Unlike all the varieties of the nationalist bourgeoisie, the class-conscious workers stand not only for the most complete, consistent, and fully applied equality of nations and languages, but also for the amalgamation of the workers of the different nationalities in united proletarian organizations of every kind.
Yeah. Again, within the Russian Empire. Lenin didn't believe in a simultaneous revolution of every fucking... That's not... And even if Lenin was naive about that and believed that somehow early on because of the social democratic dogmatism, Stalin's socialism with one country makes it very clear that it is not the logical conclusion of what Stalin calls the fundamental essence of Leninism. Leninism, in its unique break with orthodox Marxism or social democracy, does not have as its logical conclusion the idea of one simultaneous revolution of all nations.
Despite what
There's a difference between the unity of nations within the Russian Empire and the unity of nations abstractly and in general. There's a crucial distinction between those.
Read so-called Marxists assert, the core of Marxism is indeed about a supranational working class that has no nation. But
no, it's fucking not. You have no citation for has no nation. None. There's no supranational working class whatsoever. The best you've fucking done is allude to some loose insinuations that Marx, Engels, and maybe Lenin believed that eventually the working class will amalgamate into one supernation. Now, whether that's true or not is a different debate. You're wrong about that as well, by the way. But that is not saying that there's a supranational working class. There's a stark difference between saying there is a supranational working class and eventually the working class of all nations will unite into one nation. Even though that's nothing Marx, Engels, or Lenin ever even say.
They continue.
The indisputable fact that communism invariably assumed a deeply national and patriotic form is not in fact due to happenstance, but is directly tied up with the essence of socialism itself.
Again, I'm going to quote from the quote they provided at the very beginning of their video from the manifesto. Though not in substance yet in form, the struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie is at first a national struggle. So, the Marxist variety of socialism is not, as they claim, deeply national.
Yes, it fucking is. That's exactly what deeply national means. If the struggle is national in form, but not in content or in substance, that means that there can be a development of the form. What part of that do you not fucking understand? That's what deeply national means. If the nation was the substance or the content, it's not deeply national. There's nothing deep. There's nothing deeply national about it. What? I don't get why that's so hard to understand. Yes, deeply national is referring to the development of the form through its content. That is what it means to be deeply national. To develop the form through its content. You know why? You know what? These people are just perverts. You know, I'm going to put it this way. They have an idea that deeply national means the nation is itself the content of struggle. But if the nation is the content of struggle and you actually know that content somehow, how could your relationship to it have the quality of deepness whatsoever? You would basically have the most superficial nationalism where you're waving the flag and doing this and that, but in actual reality, there's nothing past the surface. It's just that. If you make the nation the content of struggle, there is nothing past it. It is the content. There's nothing deeper. That is the content. Let me explain this to you. It's like, I'm going to simplify this to you, and then like, you should just get it like that, okay? If the nation is the substance or the content of the struggle, there's nothing past it. It's just some dogmatic form. There's nothing deeper than it. But if the nation is the form and the content or the substance is the class struggle of that form, within that form, then it is precisely through that contradiction wherein the form develops according to its content, to the course produced by its content, that it is more than just what's superficial. So for the nation to be the form of class struggle basically means it's not just on the surface. It is undergoing a real, deepened development. Do you guys understand this? If the nation is the form of the class struggle, then by virtue of undergoing further development, because its content is not identical with the form of itself, it has a deeper reality than just what appears on the surface. So what is a nation, right? A nation is a language, some culture, customs, whatever. That's the form. What's the deeper reality of that form? If the deeper reality of that form is just itself, there's nothing past it. That's it. It's just all on the surface. There's no deeper reality whatsoever. This is a very, very important point I want to hit home, because this is so bafflingly stupid what this person's saying.
Neither is it part and parcel to the meaning of...
Yeah, it's a basic application of the dialectic of form and content. It's a very basic one. I mean, that's also why, though, oftentimes people who LARP as nationalists are not nationalists. They're cosmopolitans who cynically see the nation as just another LARP. They're furries and they're degenerates and femboys and all that kind of fucking shit. And it's just another fucking cosmetic flavor in LARP. It doesn't have a deep reality. But moreover, it's like, didn't Gramsci, Lenin, deeply national? I'm looking for the quote. Just to show you, is Gramsci some kind of fundamental deviation from Marxism? Because this is what Gramsci had to say. There you go. The word is profoundly. So this is what Gramsci has said. Bronstein, who presents himself as pro-Western, was in fact a cosmopolitan. That is superficially national and superficially Western European. On the other hand, Lenin was profoundly national and profoundly European. Bernstein recalls in his memoirs that it was his theory that, shown his correctness, his theory was no good. Okay, so Gramsci called Lenin profoundly national and profoundly European. I thought he said deeply national, that's how I remembered it, but he said profoundly national. That's what Gramsci said about Lenin.
Of socialism itself. Marx and Engels are very explicit to write that the struggle is at first national, not in substance, but only in form, which is a...
You don't know what that means. You don't know what it means for something to be in form, national. You think that means it's like, it's unimportant or insubstantial. Doesn't have the quality of substantiality. There's a difference between someone being the substance and having the quality of substantiality. It is precisely the class struggle that gives the form of a nation the quality of substantiality.
Key distinction in the Aristotelian...
Because the essence of a nation is not the nation itself.
...influenced Marx. In short, it means the core of Marxism is not national whatsoever, but for practical reasons, that is how it will probably occur at first.
The core of Marxism is not national, whatever that fucking means. Marxism is a science with which people within nations understand the development of their own respective nations and civilizations. So what do you mean for it to, the core of it to be national? I mean, in a sense, it is national in the core of it, because every form of Marxism is national. There's Marxism within the context of China. There's Marxism within the context of the Soviet Union. So what are you really talking about here? It's just nonsensical. It's not like there's a universal doctrine of Marxism. There's some kind of pope of Marxism. Oh, that's what they used to call Kautsky. But, you know, after the Second International is gone, you don't have a pope of Marxism anymore. Yes, form is content telling you what it is. That is exactly true. That is exactly true. I think people just don't even know what a nation is. A nation is not some arbitrary preconceived characteristic of a people. A nation is precisely the form of a people. A nation is precisely a form. A nation isn't a content. How could a nation be a content? That would mean a nation is an idea of some kind that precedes reality. That's stupid.
Due to proximity, linguistic barriers, and how bourgeois political power is currently divided. They then double down on this distorted view of Marxism.
As first stated by Marx, and later elaborated upon by Stalin and Mao, the universal truth of Marxism finds expression only in specific national characteristics and its acquisition of a definite national form.
And this is Mao, but I thought he doesn't want to talk about Mao.
This is perhaps the poorest reading of Marx I've ever heard. I'm not.
It's a direct quotation from Mao. It's a direct quotation. I'm just waiting for the donation. Thank you, Chris Morlock. I fucking...
Lenin insulted Gramsci by saying that Mussolini had the passion in 24. These fascists like Gramsci because he was a classmate of Gentile and came from the same Italian intellectual scene, hegemony.
I know, but it's like Soviet writers say the same thing about Lenin.
Going into the issue of how true to Marx, Mao, and Stalin were, but even a cursory glance at the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin shows that they always had a posited international and global revolution. While the revolution might start off, as we've already seen and explained, national in form, the substance will not be national.
This is just the Zoltanius debate again, all over again. It's the same fucking debate I had with Zoltanius, but he's just saying it again, hoping that audiences aren't going to fucking remember when I literally address this exact same fucking point with Zoltanius. You are making assumptions about what internationalism actually entails. You think, according to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, it's the Trotskyist view of the negation of everything. It is not a negation.
But it will merely be the stepping stone to an international revolution that is as global as capital itself is.
Again, what form does that take? Does that take the form of a simultaneous global revolution? This is exactly what I told Zoltanius. Does that fucking mean it happens all at once? Does that fucking mean that it happens overnight like that? No! Obviously, we believe in a global revolution that's just as global in abstraction as capital, but that doesn't mean it takes the form of a simultaneous and immediate global revolution. For example, there is a global revolution going on right now. It's just at what pace is it proceeding? It's a revolution in the forces of production that is being led by China right now, actually, right? And then under the USSR, there was a global revolution occurring, a global anti-imperialist revolution against American unipolarity. And again, Marx and Engels got it wrong about the revolution first happening in the advanced civilized countries, for reasons they would later acknowledge at the end of their life. That doesn't tell us what the essence of Marxism is. Even if I granted you the idea that Marx, Engels, and even Lenin happen to have believed that the revolution was going to be immediately global, which they didn't. But even if I granted you that, why did they think that? Why is the question? What was the essence of their position? Why? That is a question you can't answer. Because if you answered that question, you would see how, coming from their very same method, you cannot arrive at that conclusion. Let me put it this way. I'm going to explain to you dialectics. A global international revolution that is just as global and abstract as global capital still takes national form. That's what you don't understand. It is just as global, abstract, and international. For example, the October Revolution. Russia was a prison house of nations. So for all intents and purposes, that was an international revolution. And yet, when the morning comes after the night and the dust settles after the storm, you see that this is a particular civilization with a long history simply reasserting itself in a new way. This is how you arrive and rise from the abstract to the concrete. Ad verbatim, that's Marx's method. Rising from the abstract to the concrete. You have this complete negation. Sure, that's modernity. Modernity is total complete negation. But the decisive significance of Marxism is what happens after. After the negation is done, and some semblance of positive being reveals itself at the end of it, Marxism elects to recognize that positive being as its true object all along, that reconciles the very negation. That's why Marxism replaces Hegel's negation of the negation, which is metaphysical and is confining itself to the realm of pure thinking, with a form of positive being that reconciles negation. That's the difference between materialist dialectics and Hegel's idealist one. So plainly, and then by the way, you know how I know this is because that was consistent with Marx's own intellectual journey with the young Hegelians. It was the young Hegelians who imagined this complete abstract negation, communism, all differences being eliminated. Because we have eliminated them with the faculty of thought, they are already completely eliminated for all intents and purposes. All we have to do is enlighten the masses about it. Marx said no. Marx said, you have arrived at some kind of abstract universal humanity that has eliminated all difference, all particularity, and it's just this universal form of thought. Marx poses the question, though. He says, but why after this do we still have the proletariat? Why after this do we still have this specific form of humanity on the street? Kant and Fichte soar heaven's blue, but I seek to find what is on the street. It's a literal quote from one of Marx's early poems. Marx's own conclusion from the development of German idealism is pretty much the key to understanding what the Marxist view on the nation, patriotism, or conservatism is. It's all you need to know. It's a specific way of reconciling the all-encompassing negation that corresponds to modernity. After all of the artifice of modernity is exhausted in negating everything within the realm of modern form, what remains? Marxism basically allows us to have access to the materiality of tradition, of the nation, and of humanity in general, outside of the artificiality of the universal modern form. Remember what modernity is. Modernity is beginning with some absolute universal form and setting that against the wealth of substantive and particular reality. Whether that is the universal form of the citizen, openly and honestly admitted, or it's some kind of false reactionary and conservative LARP, where you adopt the appearance and form of some kind of national whatever, but it's just an empty form. It's just an empty appearance set against reality and set against its actual material reality. How to relate to the real material thing and not just the artificially contrived form of it. That's the question. For Marx and Engels, the way to relate to the reality of the nation. By the way, Foucault had pointed this out before. Foucault pointed out that initially, Marx and Engels posited before the class struggle, a struggle between nations as the driving force of history. It is precisely for this reason they decided, no, class is the essence. Nation is not the essence, class is. And this is what allows nations to have reality. This is how we can access the true reality of a nation outside of the artificially contrived modern form. Through this precise dialectic of content and form. When we refer to the nation Zoltanius, we're not fucking referring to some LARP parade furry identity. We are precisely referring to a specific dialectic of form and content. We're not referring to some kind of like ready-made, comfortable identity. We're not referring to an identity. We are referring to a specific unity of opposites. A specific way or form the unity of opposites acquires reality and actuality. That's what we're talking about when we talk about a nation. We're not talking about some cute little identity. We're not talking about a Pokemon. We're not talking about a fucking, what are those that fucking website, like Poland Ball or whatever the fuck that is. We're not talking about that dumb fucking cringe LARP shit. We're talking about something real.
It's honestly embarrassing that I'm having to explain basic tenets of Marxism to
No,
so-called...
what's embarrassing is that you put your nerd glasses on. Who would have guessed that the appearance and essence of things are different? Who would have guessed that things aren't the same as what they are at face value? Who would have guessed that there's more to things than... You just don't understand dialectics. What is fucking embarrassing about any of this? By the way, what is the point of any of this from a practical perspective? Actually, you're wrong. What's the purpose of this? You want to unite with the leftists? Well, I just want to tell the truth, Hans. It's not the fucking truth. Because that wasn't the reality of what Marxism or communism actually was. So what's the point of this? I just want people to be able to make the choice between being femboys and degenerates who call themselves fascist third positionists and being leftists. And then we can be friends with each other. But Hans, the way you are proving that we're both full of shit and that we're both LARPing scum is really upsetting my furry My Little Pony Discord, where we can all bask in our ideological and spiritual corruption and get away with it. This is literal just fucking lumpen degeneracy, you know? It's literal. I'm ruining the party for them. I'm ruining the lumpen degeneracy LARP party for them. That's why they're fucking doing this.
Called Marxist-Leninists.
The objectivity of the nation, including its rights, rituals, and the national spirit defining a people, is something which communists should strive to authentically express rather than ignore. The realities of the nation cannot be wished away, nor cheaply be considered a spook.
Most of what we just heard was pure word salad nonsense and should make actual Marxist-Leninists cringe. This is a frankly static and non-dialectical view to see things like rights.
Okay, whenever you just said word salad, and let's give the reasoning.
Leninist cringe. This is a frankly static and non-dialectical view to see things like rights, rituals, and national spirit to be part of the objectivity of the nation, for as Engels explains.
Of course that's part of the objectivity of the nation. How is that undialectical? Explain how that's undialectical. Go ahead.
Political, judicial, philosophical.
I already, before I read this, I'm just gonna guess he's saying because all those things change, they can't be objective. Watch him try and fucking say that. But also, it is not the economic base is the cause alone and active, while everything else is a passive effect. There is an interaction on the basis. How does that contradict with what Grayson said? I would love to hear the cope about how this contradicts anything Grayson said. This affirms what he said. Are you fucking kidding? This affirms everything Grayson just fucking said.
Philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc. development is based on economic development, but all these react upon one another and also upon the economic base. It is not that the economic position is the cause and alone active, while everything else only has a passive effect. There is rather an interaction on the basis of the economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself. He then explains in another of his...
Thank you, Net Rando. But I'm gonna put a pause on this because I'm sick of being stunlocked. Okay? Let's just fucking go back to what Grayson said.
Or cheaply be considered a spook.
Most of what we just heard was pure word salad nonsense and should make actual Marxist-Leninists cringe. This is a frankly static and non-dialectical view to see things like rights, rituals, and national spirit to be part of the objectivity of the nation.
So, rights, rituals, and national spirit. So I don't know if you're trying to equate political, juridical, philosophical, and religious, literary, artistical development with the rights, rituals, and national spirit, but those aren't the same fucking thing, actually. And Engels is literally saying even those things can't be reduced to economics. So I don't know just what exactly you're trying to even fucking say here.
Is based on economic development, but all these react upon one another and also upon the economic base. It is not that the economic position is the cause and alone active, while everything else only has a passive effect. There is rather an interaction on the basis of the economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself. He then explains in another of his letters, the economic situation is the base, but the different parts of the structure, the political forms of the class struggle and its results, the constitutions established by the victorious class after the battles won, forms of law, and even the reflection of all these real struggles in the brains of the participants, political theories, judicial, philosophical, religious opinions, and their further development into dogmatic systems, all this exercises also its influence on the development of the historical struggles, and in cases determines their...
That sounds like it just affirms rather than contradicts anything Grayson said.
Marxists are thus not tasked to authentically express these things because all of these so-called cultural traits of the people that were listed are, as Engels has explained, based in part off economic development.
Engels literally just tried to tell you that those very things influence the economic development too. They exercise an influence on the base as well. So, what are you trying to say? What kind of stupid fucking reasoning is this? What kind of dumb fucking cope reasoning is this?
Has explained based in part off economic development, rather than listed are, as Engels has explained, these things because all of these so-called Marxists are thus not tasked to authentically express these things.
So Marxists shouldn't authentically express these things because they are in part derived from the economic base, huh? So that's like saying Marxists shouldn't authentically express the interests of the proletariat because those interests also come from the economic base. That's how fucking stupid you sound right now.
Because all of these so-called cultural traits of the people that were listed are, as Engels has explained, based in part off economic development. Rather than deeply rooted, the culture is some sort of epiphenomena of other material factors.
That's literally not what Engels says. By the way, there is nothing incompatible about something having a basis in the economic base and also having roots. The word roots is a phenomenological description. Engels is giving a scientific and materialist description. Roots and all of that stuff about national, this is how that manifests itself to us and how we experience it phenomenologically. So there's a difference between the more metaphysical understanding of what the content is and the phenomenological experience that enters our horizon, that discloses itself to our phenomenal horizon. So these are experienced as the roots, which means they are the roots. Phenomenologically, they are the roots. Now, roots and economic base are not the same thing because the description Engels is talking about with regard to the economic base is not a phenomenological description. And then in turn, it asks the question, what are the roots of such a description Engels himself is making? That is the significance of phenomenology and ontology opened by Heidegger, which Marx and Engels weren't dealing with at the time. That's where I come in, but they were not dealing with that. They were plainly not dealing with that. The conditions for the very disclosure of the object of materialist analysis are very different than just the object of materialist analysis taken in some kind of vacuum. For example, it's just like when Gramsci said that Lenin was profoundly national. Engels was also profoundly national and profoundly German. What he was saying had roots in the German nation. Him talking about the base and superstructure itself had national roots. You don't even know how these different words you're using relate to each other. You're a fucking idiot pseudo-intellectual who's trying to impress your Discord follower peers or your Telegram followers, thinking that you're just gonna get away with it and you're not gonna be called out.
In Marxism,
But moreover, you literally cited Engels saying, no, you shouldn't look at this vulgarly and consider all of those things epiphenomena because they themselves exert and exercise influence on the economic base itself. So there are like multiple ways in which it can be shown that you are fundamentally wrong about this.
which seeks to revolutionize the means of production and the economic base, will thereby change these things as well. So
these things changing does not negate their quality of objectivity, nor does it negate the necessity for Marxists to give an authentic expression to them. Because precisely what they are corresponds to the changes in the forces of production. You mentioned, moreover, you talked about philosophical, juridical, artistic, and intellectual shit, and Grayson talked about rites, rituals, and spirit of the nation. Two entirely different fucking things. But yes, a nation is itself laden with the development of the forces of production. If your nation can't survive changes in the forces of production, you just never understood what your fucking nation was in the first place. The notion you had of your nation was limited, wrong, narrow, and subjective. It wasn't actually the objective, real material nation you were talking about.
How can all these cultural expressions of a people be authentic when the very goal of Marxism is to change them? The only conclusion...
Something can't be authentic if it implies change. But how do we want to change them? It's fucking stupid. You're just wrong in every regard. There's like... I just gave you like 7 different ways in which you're fucking stupid and wrong about this. Like, no, you're not correct about the equivocation of the superstructure with national feeling and national spirit. You're wrong about that. But moreover, you're also wrong about this idea that giving authentic expression to the nation is somehow impossible because nations change. And no, we don't want to change the nation if we want to unleash the forces of production. The nation changing would at best be an incidental byproduct of that. But I don't even think you know what it means to unleash the forces of production. Unleashing the forces of production is not only possible through the development of technologies, but through deterritorializing the relationship between state institutions and a given population. After all, it's this deterritorialization that corresponds to revolutions in the forces of production that offset the falling rate of profit and reestablish the law of value. So unleashing the forces of production is also a national project. It also corresponds to deepening the relationship between the institutions that represent the people, the actual character of the people itself. Something that's only possible if the real character of the people, ergo their national character, is given authentic expression. I think you just have a dogmatic and preconceived idea of what a nation is. And because that's contradiction, you're saying we're changing the nation. No, you just never had a sense of what your own fucking nation was in the first place. Your idea of what a nation is just an arbitrarily contrived and dogmatically formulated set of characteristics that is in no way actually essential to what a real nation is.
Conclusion, it seems, is that Infrared is not a Marxist organization. But don't just take my word for it.
We're not an organization at all, you dumb fuck. We're a media collective.
It's from Marx and Engels themselves. The nationality of the peoples associating themselves in accordance with the principle of community will be compelled to mingle with each other as a result of this association.
You literally already quoted this, and I already fucking addressed it.
And thereby to dissolve themselves, just as the various states and classifications will disappear with the abolition of their basis.
You already fucking quoted this, and I already addressed it.
Private property. Likewise, the notion that the realities of the nation cannot be wished away is equally laughable. One of the major threads that permeates Marx's body of work is that Marx sees the revolutionary forces of the bourgeoisie and capitalism, and he is very elucidating on just how much they are destroying the nation and everything else they touch. To quote that famous line from the manifesto.
So, Grayson says we are not going to wish away, we can't wish away the realities of the nation. And he quotes a passage from the manifesto that says capitalism is melting all that is solid into air. Can you explain to me the connection, child, boy? Can you explain to me the connection between those two threads of association you're trying to establish?
Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away. With sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. The whole point of Marxism is to realize that these realities can be wished away and are currently
retard. You're retarded. You're mentally retarded. I have nothing else to tell you. You're mentally retarded. Marx just described to you the process by which parochial relations are being materially eroded by capitalism. And the conclusion you drew from that is that Marx is saying, oh yeah, we can wish away all these things in our heads. How? No, you can't wish them away, because even if we assumed that this process of all that is solid melts into air, which Deleuze calls deterritorialization, implies the destruction of the nation. That destruction of the nation isn't happening because anyone's wishing it away in their head. It's happening because of a material process called capitalism. But you're also wrong about your interpretation of what Marx is saying about all that is solid melting to air, because as Deleuze pointed out, and in a way that's actually oddly consistent with dialectics, despite Deleuze's rejection of the dialectic, is that every deterritorialization corresponds to a reterritorialization. In other words, in the same way that capitalism melts everything and that all that is solid melts into air, it then goes on to acquire a new form of solidity. And even from a literary perspective, if you're an English literary major and you read this fucking passage, it says all that is solid melts into air. But then Marx says man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life, his relations with his kind. So it's almost like only from a literary perspective, capitalism is melting everything away. Now we're forced to have a solid understanding of what's going on. Capitalism melts everything away. Now we must reestablish some solidity through our sober senses. Just from how this is structured from a literary perspective, that's what he's saying.
And are currently being destroyed. This is what Marx saw in his time in the 1800s and has only increased during our time as capitalism has spread and intensified. But Marx, as a non-reactionary socialist, sees this as a good thing and says,
no, he doesn't see it as a good thing. At best, you might try and argue that he sees it as an inevitable thing. But you cannot normatively ascribe it with the quality that he thinks it's good. Obviously, he doesn't fucking think it's good. Obviously, him and Engels described the rosy dawn of capitalism as being extremely bad. The question is it inevitable?
Says explicitly that this process will be accelerated under his form of socialism.
Yeah. And it's almost like you don't understand dialectics. It's almost like you don't understand how, through accelerating this process, you can yet again arrive at a new sense of those things that capitalism has negated. It's almost like you don't fucking understand what dialectics is. It's almost like by engaging with their negation in thought, modern thought, nothing is fixed anymore. Everything is subject to liquefaction. Nothing's fixed anymore. Okay, we've acknowledged that in our heads. What happens after? What happens after is that reality yet again acquires determinate form. But in this way, we allow reality to breathe and develop in such a way that is not attached to our preconceived dogmatic views about it. So we negate reality in our head, supposedly, only to free reality to become what it actually is, freed from our prejudices of thought. This is the radically different modernity of Marxism compared to liberalism and this dumb fucking My Little Pony cope.
Well, let's continue on.
Like the liberal cosmopolitans, reactionaries confuse the outward appearance of the nation with its essence, which
Precisely.
is inexhaustible and irreducible to its existent form.
Precisely.
Again, this is just more word salad.
I hate this little fucking twerp kid. This is just more word salad. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Just because... It's too hard for me to understand, so it's word salad.
Less than 2 minutes ago in the video, they said,
The objectivity of the nation, including its rights, rituals, and the national spirit defining a people, is something which communists should strive to authentically express rather than
Yes.
ignore. The realities of the nation cannot be wished away, nor
Yes.
cheaply be considered a spook.
literally confusing.
What's the contradiction?
the outward appearance of the nation with its essence. It is they who are engaging in a phenomenal reduction.
No, it's not. You are confusing the outward appearance with the essence. We're not. It's that fucking simple. How is there a contradiction between those two things whatsoever? Giving authentic expression to the essence of the nation is not the same thing as reducing the essence of the nation to its outward appearance. That would be like saying that to give authentic expression to the American nation, we're just going to engage in George W. Bush, neocon, Iraq war, Fox patriotism. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You don't even know what Grayson was saying, and you have the audacity to accuse him of saying word salad, you stupid fuck. Sit the fuck down, you dumbass kid. You don't even know what you're fucking responding to.
This same idealism permeates the idolaters' corrupted vision of internationalism, a word long since abused by the post-60s left. Internationalism, for the fake and anti-popular left, exists at the expense of national realities. The revolution, it is imagined, abolishes borders, peoples, and nations all at once, on the basis of their offense to universal reason, justice, or other golden idols.
Okay?
Again, infrared is showing how little they understand Marx.
Go ahead. Go ahead and explain how this evinces a lack of understanding of Marx. I can't wait to hear what this fucking kid has to say. Go ahead.
Marx, as a good Hegelian and radical bourgeois thinker, very much believes
Marx is a Hegelian and radical bourgeois thinker. It's not like Marx literally turns Hegel on his head. It's not like Marx accomplishes the wholesale negation of German idealism and sublation of Hegel and German idealism. It's not like Marx was famous for his critique of Hegel precisely on the basis of beginning with the universal and not with the particular. I want to hear more. What does he have to say?
As I have already shown, in a global and borderless world, as well as he believes in that so-called golden idol of universal reason.
Marx believes in the golden idol of universal reason. Now, what I'm curious about is how this dumb fuck is going to justify that. I have literally read cover to cover Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. I have read the German ideology. Marx literally plants a bomb under so-called universal reason. That was like his defining moment. Marx effaces the pretended universality of the reason of German idealism. He ascribes to the so-called pretense of universal reason the concrete reality of the proletarian class. Meaning it's not actually universal. It's limited in some kind of way.
Which, after a quick search, I was able to find at least two positive uses of that term in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right.
This fucking kid controlled F the phrase universal reason, then read some shit by Marx and thought it was a positive use and is using that as an example for why Marx believed in what Grayson called the golden idol of universal reason. This kid's retarded. He's a retard. He's actually retarded. He's actually retarded. This is like bafflingly fucking embarrassingly stupid.
And in a newspaper article he wrote on May 10th, 1842.
And that...
Even if he did... I have to look this up myself. 1842 is before he even wrote... That was before he wrote the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. He didn't even arrive at his break yet. He was still a Hegelian at that time, you dumb fuck. Marx, May 10th, 1842. Okay, this is what he's talking about. Okay, I'm gonna literally show you like a bunch of shit. Not a bunch, a few things from Marx talking about universal reason. The direct phrase, universal reason. This is like this. These people, they might be autistic. To be fair, I think they're autistic, which means there's nothing wrong with that. But they probably have that disability where they're like, I can't think about the thing deeper or more critically. I have to like just take everything at face value and just assume like I have to literally use the word universal reason to know what that actually means. I can't like actually synthesize the meaning of words in different ways. You know, I have to literally use the word universal reason. But that's okay, we'll work with that. So this is the philosophy of right. So there's one use. The content of the state lies outside these constitutions, merely an external identity and mutual determination. It was developed as the universal reason in opposition to other spheres, as something opposed to them. So he's literally engaging with Hegel. He's paraphrasing Hegel. He is literally paraphrasing Hegel in order to reveal the internal contradictions of Hegel's thinking. Or his conclusions, I should say. He's paraphrasing Hegel, dumbass. By the way, even Hegel's universal reason isn't the golden idol of universal reason, because Hegel's universal reason is suspended in the active process by which it confronts its own determinate particularity and its own concrete reality. So Hegel's universal reason is not... Grayson literally said the golden idol of universal reason. This autistic guy literally controlled F universal reason throughout the entire body of Marx's work. And, well, Marx said something positive about universal reason. Well, he didn't, first of all. It wasn't normatively positive. But what does that have to do with Grayson said about the golden idol of universal reason? And communism being in the name of the golden idol of universal reason. You don't even know what you're trying to critique, you dumb fucking kid. Sit the fuck down, dumbass. I can't wait till I critique him Monday. So the guy said he's going to debate me Monday, and I'm going to press the fuck out of him and like force him to actually defend his reasoning. And it's going to be so fun. I cannot fucking wait. I literally cannot wait. I cannot wait to debate this fucking guy. Where like, he's going to have the quotes, okay. So this is in the Holy Family. Okay, Marx doesn't use it here. Okay, well, I don't even know what you're trying to say with this. You're not saying anything.
That is why, for Marxists historically, internationalism comes into being through the nation, and corresponded to a deepening of national realities, rather than their forsaking.
All this shows, in light of all the evidence I have brought, is just how not Marxist those countries were.
The literal ultra-left fascist. I literally told you they're the same thing. I literally told you they're the same shit. And you didn't provide... I literally fucked every aspect of this segment. All of this got fucked. Your whole video got fucked. This all... We have this to go still, but like, yeah, all of this is destroyed. So, no. Every time you reference anything you said here, it's null because I already blew it the fuck out.
The birth of the United States has seen the development of various local and quasi-national traditions with deep roots, from Appalachian Americans to the Black Belt. They have long since become indigenized, and is in fact their uprooting at the hands of the American oligarchy that constitutes a proletarianization of white America.
It seems like here they are making, as Marx would call it, a reactionary socialist point, and they are...
I would love to hear how this is a reactionary socialist point. Pointing out proletarianization is reactionary. Pointing out how people become proletarianized is reactionary. How? So Engels and Marx were reactionary socialists because they pointed out literally the same fucking thing in their own era. So they're reactionary socialists, according to this literal dumb fuck. This person is so fucking stupid, they should never show their face on the internet again. I swear to God.
They are being rather undialectical in their inability to see the irony
Please tell me what's undialectical.
in capitalism's proletarianization, which sows the seeds of its own destruction.
We know, dumbass. All he did was give a description of what's happening. And you're accusing him of being undialectical and not seeing how this sows the seeds of capitalism's destruction. We know it does, dumbass. We're not saying we can return to the past and we can return to the state of affairs before the proletarianization. We can't. We can't. It's so fucking stupid. It is literally so stupid.
As Engels wrote in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, it is the compelling force of anarchy in the production of society at large that more and more completely turns the great majority of men into proletarians, and it is the masses of the proletariat again who will finally put an end to anarchy in production.
Okay. What about what Henry just said? It contradicts that.
They then start attacking leftists and the land back movement, which according to
Wait, no. Don't move on from that, you dumb little twerp. Go ahead and explain how what Henry said contradicts what Engels just said. He gave a description of what's happening in America right now. And you just said this contradicts Engels. How? Thank you so much, FFFFFF, for the 20 gifted.
to Wikipedia, is a campaign that seeks to establish political and economic control to indigenous people in the United States and Canada over land that had historically belonged to them prior to colonization following the Age of Exploration. Laughably, after a lot of twisted logic, they come to this conclusion.
Which is why J-Sakai leftists never have, never will pose a threat to the existing establishment, and are in practice the radical left flank of actually existing white supremacy.
Aside from asserting that a movement to give Native Americans sovereign control over land
I can't. You know what? You know what this fucking guy and the leftists have in common? Low testosterone. Doesn't matter. He calls himself a fascist and a third positionist. But you know what? It's not about left or right, guys. It's about low T versus high T. And he's literally repeating everything leftists are saying ad verbatim out of low testosterone solidarity. Beta male solidarity among the low testosterone fuck males. They're all in solidarity with each other. That's the struggle. It's not about left and right. It's about soy versus Giga Chad. That's what's going on.
and is white supremacist. Let's see what they have to say actually about land reform.
This is why communism has nothing to do with land back and everything to do with land reform. It is only in the reparcellation of land.
Yes, it's every fucking communist movement in history was land reform.
As the most basic means of production, that the productive capacities and entrepreneurial spirit of the American people can be unleashed.
Ignoring the fact that agricultural employment is only around 1% of the workforce in America,
Retard. Fucking retard. He thinks land reform is literally about agriculture. Maybe there's a deeper essence to it than just agriculture, dumb fuck. Maybe it's about economic space in the abstract and its significance for a given polity. You're out of your depth. If you just look, when you watch our infrared vision videos, just trust your feeling. When you watch this video, in your feeling, you understand what we're saying. You understand what we mean by land reform. Give Americans some fundamental means of production. Everyone gets that. You understand the vibe. But as soon as you put on your fucking urbanoid goggles on and try to out-intellectualize us, we are going to fuck you. We are going to fuck you. As soon as you try to out-nerd us and just intellectualize what we're trying to fucking say, we will fuck you. Don't fucking do it. We're being charitable and generous with you to rely on your intuition and rely on your feeling. You want to get into this nerd theory shit? We will fuck you, okay? So don't.
infrared again, as I've shown time and time again now, fails to understand Marx. Let's look at what Marx, Engels, and Lenin had to say about this so-called land reform.
Okay, before you do, I'll show you what they had to say. I'll actually show you what they had to say. So the first thing, in America, where a democratic constitution had already been established, the communists must make the cause with the party which will turn this constitution against the bourgeoisie and use it in the interest of the proletariat. That is with the agrarian national reformers. The national reformers wanted land reform. In his letter to Sorge in 1892. Big landowners from the South. Only when the land, the public lands, is completely in the hands of the speculators and settlement of the land thus becomes more and more difficult, will the time come with peaceful development for a third party. Land is the basis for speculation, mania, and speculative opportunity. Only when there's a generation of native warriors that cannot expect anything from speculation. There you go. Small farmer and petty bourgeois will hardly see into a small party. There you go. When he talks about the Civil War in France. This is also what I'm looking for it here. It's in the Brumaire. So in this last chapter of the 18th Brumaire, he talks about the smallholding peasants. He talks about how the smallholding peasants form an enormous mass. They're basically indebted, right? So somewhere here, he talks about where does he fucking say this? Okay, hold on. Okay, so here's what Lenin says. In speaking of a real people's revolution, Marx, without in the least discounting the special features of the petty bourgeoisie, took strict account of the actual balance of class forces. Was required by the interests of both the workers and the peasants that it united them before the common task of removing the parasite and of replacing it by something new. Secondly, of particular attention is the profound remark that the destruction of the bureaucratic military machine is the precondition of every real people's revolution. The idea of a people's revolution seems strange coming from Marx, so that the Russian Plekhanovites and Mensheviks declared it to be a slip of pen. They have reduced Marxism to such a state of wretchedly liberal distortion that nothing exists for them beyond the antithesis between bourgeois revolution and proletarian revolution. And even this antithesis they interpret in an utterly lifeless way. If we take the revolutions of the 20th century, they're both bourgeois revolutions. Neither of them is a people's revolution, since the mass of people, their vast majority, doesn't come out independently. This is the premier proof, that, by the way, that Lenin was a populist, if you need an example of that. A people's revolution, one actually sweeping the majority into steam, could only be seen if it embraced both the proletariat and the peasants. By the way, this entails land reform. There is no way to rally the peasants without land reform. That's what it implies. And I guess this dumb fuck is going to try and selectively be like, well, Lenin was being a revisionist with regard to Marx. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. You're just essentializing positions you claim Marx and Engels have, removed from their context, and that any deviation from these arbitrarily cherry-picked quotations is some kind of fundamental revision of Marxism, without demonstrating their actual essentiality with regard to the actual method of Marxism.
In its reparcelization. In The Peasant Question in France and Germany, Engels writes, in the context of critiquing another socialist party's platform, socialism's task is, rather, only to transfer the means of production to the producers as their common possession. As soon as we lose sight of this, the above statement becomes directly misleading in that it implies that it is the mission of socialism to convert the present sham property of the small peasant in his fields into real property. That is to say, to convert the small tenant into an owner and the indebted owner into a debtless owner. Undoubtedly, socialism is interested to see that the false semblance of peasant property should disappear, but not in this manner.
Okay. What does that have to do with reparcelization, you dumb fuck? What does that's not even how land reform happened in Russia, of converting the sham property into real property. Yeah, what are you talking about? This is the Stolypin reform in Russia. That was Stolypin's plan for the model of like what? A strict model of private property of land. I mean, yeah, that was not a particularly even common facet of land reform in Europe at the time.
In a similar vein, Marx wrote, the petty bourgeoisie will want to give the feudal lands to the peasants as free property. They will try to perpetuate the existence of the rural proletariat and to form a petty bourgeoisie peasant class which will be subject to the same cycle of impoverishment and debt which still afflicts the French peasant. The workers must oppose this plan both in the interest of the rural proletariat and in their own interest.
Okay. What about what happened in actual history, you dumb fuck? What do you think Marx meant by a people's revolution in the continent in 1871 when the proletariat weren't a fucking majority of any nation? By the way, let's look at the context of this fucking quote, actually. Okay, this is 1850. Abolition of feudalism. The petty bourgeoisie want to give the feudal lands to the peasants as free property. That is, they will try to perpetuate the existence of the rural proletariat. Okay. So, I don't know if you understand this, you dumbass. That is not the same thing as land reform. That is an attempt to transform the peasants Stolypin style, and Lenin also was trying to fight the Stolypin reforms, into a new kind of bourgeoisie, which would, yes, repeat the cycle of impoverishment and they want the feudal property to be used for workers' colonies, cultivated collectively by the rural proletariat, with all the advantages of large-scale farming, whereas the principle of... Okay, so that's literally what land reform is, you dumbass. That's still land reform, dumbass. It's still land reform. By the way, the idea that this specific French situation applies universally everywhere is not a Marxist way of interpreting anything. Marx is giving his specific analysis of what's going on in France. And then this dumb fucking inbred retard comes and says, the is basically saying that you're such a fucking idiot. This means that in America it's the same thing. No, America has a radically different civilizational basis than France. This was a cheap ploy by the bourgeois Democrats to turn the peasants into a form of the petty bourgeoisie, basically. It's like the Stolypin reforms. That's literally what the context is.
They must demand that the confiscated feudal property remain state property and be used for workers' colonies,
That's what land reform is.
cultivated collectively by the rural proletariat with all the advantages of large-scale farming, and where the
It's like even if I were generous and I was like, okay, this is not the same land reform as what we're talking about for America. What is your point? How is that in contradiction to Marx's method and Marx's fundamental position? Why are you turning this into a dogma? Why are you making it seem like what Marx's address to the Communist League about the situation in France is some universal prescription for how communists should address the land question for all eternity? I just want to know where that comes from. Thank you, Irish American. Appreciate you. I just want to fucking know where that comes from.
principle of common property will immediately achieve a sound basis in the midst of the shaky system of bourgeois property relations.
Oh, but Hans, Marx seems to contradict your position. No, he doesn't, because he's saying something that has nothing to do with the context from which my position actually has any meaning, you dumbass.
And lastly, to top it off, I'll quote from Lenin, who was attacking the Narodniks in Russia for wanting to parcel out the land. The catchword of socialization of the land merely denotes the left Narodniks' utter...
Bruh is literally quoting Lenin against land reform. Bruh is literally quoting Lenin against land reform. Bruh is literally trying to quote Lenin to make the argument that Marxists are against land reform. Bruh is literally retarded. Bruh is literally retarded. This is all correct. Lenin supported the democratic petty bourgeoisie's quest for land reform, seemingly in contradiction to the quote you gave by Marx. So, first of all, if Lenin is so radically deviating from Marx in your view, why are you quoting Lenin as an authority of Marxism? If Lenin is so radically contradicting Marx, according to your own logic, because Lenin does advocate for a land reform for the democratic petty bourgeoisie, why are you citing him as an authority in the first place? But what does this have to do with anything we're saying?
failure to grasp the principle of
bourgeois measures for agrarian reform are not the same thing as socialism. We know they're not.
Marxist political economy, and the fact that they are going...
You realize socialization of the land means let's immediately have kolkhozes. No, he said land reform first, then we have kolkhozes. Bro, you are retarded. You are literally retarded.
Going over...
He's arguing against the socialization of land catchword, which is confusing the immediate demand for land reform, which has to be addressed first. Then you can have socialization later.
Stealthily by fits and starts and often unconsciously to the side of bourgeois political economy. Marx advised class-conscious workers while forming a clear idea of the bourgeois character of all agrarian reform.
So this guy is quoting something. What I'm interested in is, like, how are you going to synthesize this and in your own words explain what significance this has?
Under capitalism, including the nationalization of the land, to support bourgeois democratic reforms as against the feudalist and serfdom, but Marxists cannot confuse bourgeois measures with socialism. But this idea of land reform is something that is harped on a lot in their videos, such in another of their explanation videos called The Meaning of
What?
Socialism in 2021, where they continue advocating for land reform.
Politicians and parties can make all the promises they want, but at the end of the day, then, for economic space, the most important means of production is the only thing that makes promises a reality. For the black majority to be able to rule and live dignified lives in their own country, then is the simplest and most fundamental premise. It's the foundation of civilization itself. It's what allows people not to have to depend on politicians' promises, but be able to, in the first place, cultivate a sense of living being independent.
Aside from the...
How is that same as the Narodnik slogan of socialization of land? that Lenin was addressing in context. I'd love to hear how that's the same thing.
Anti-Marxist characteristic of land reform, the idea that land is the most important means of production.
Karl Kautsky. Maybe this was when this was 1919 after all, so maybe he was being a revisionist. Maybe he was just being a revisionist. Thank you, Adam. Maybe he was just being a revisionist. But this is Rosa Luxemburg. The most important means of production, the land. I'm looking for it. But like, I'm pretty sure Marx is the one who said, this is Lenin. The most important means of production. So let me just show you what's going on here. Okay. Like, you are going to be baffled at what a fucking idiot this guy is.
Sense of living being independent.
Aside from the anti-Marxist characteristic of land reform, the idea that land is the most important means of production.
But here's Lenin calling it the most important means of production. I just showed you Rosa Luxemburg. All Marxists have always called land the most important means of production. It comes from Marx. I'm looking for the fucking passage from Marx, but it literally comes from Marx that land is the most fundamental and most important means of production. Someone get me the quotes from Marx. Here's Lenin saying that. Wow, this is embarrassing. This is such a fucking dumbass.
Is yet another anti-Marxist position.
Retard. Literal retard. Marx says it in the Gothic or volume 1. Just quote it. Quote it in the chat so I'll just fucking... and I'll know where it's from. Just quote it. He said it's an anti-Marxist position. Bruh, it literally came from Marx. Bruh, okay, Capital Volume 1, Chapter 7. It's over. This guy's just lost all credibility. Where? No, I'm saying he like directly says it. I'm saying he directly says it somewhere. The soil, man with necessaries, I mean, his hand directly independently of him, is the universal subject of human labor. It wasn't here though. He says it directly somewhere. I forget where he says it. This dude's retarded. He lost all credibility just saying this. He lost all credibility just saying this. So, guys, remember, it was at 20 minutes in that this whole video got blown the fuck out.
This idea is not a new idea, and in fact, it predates Marx. This belief of the so-called physiocrats, some of the first bourgeois economists coming from France, and are actually the people who coined the term laissez-faire. Marx studied these physiocrats and was even in some way influenced by them, in the same way he was influenced by other bourgeois economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo. However, Marx rejected their core economic claim of land being the most important means of production as early as the 1844 manuscripts to as...
Please show us where he rejected the claim that land is the most important means of production. Which is it's a fundamental precept of Marxist orthodoxy. But go ahead and show us.
as late as Volume 3 of Capital. For the physiocrats, this analysis coincides with the analysis of rent, the only form of surplus value which they recognize. Therefore, they consider rent yielding or agricultural capital to be the only capital producing surplus value, and the agricultural labor set in motion by it the only labor producing surplus value. Marx then succinctly critiques this view in his economic manuscripts by saying, hence the contradictions in the system of the physiocrats. It was the first to
سمك ياخد شرموطة. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Little too angry. Little too fucking angry. Little too fucking angry that he's quoting Marx's critique of the physiocrats as evidence that Marx rejected the idea that land was the most fundamental means of production. A view that is a literal precept of all Marxist orthodoxy, originating in Marx himself. Lenin said the same thing, Rosa Luxemburg said the same thing, Stalin, Mao have said the same thing, even Trotsky said the same thing. Nearly every Marxist has said, almost ad verbatim, yes, land is the most important means of production. Land being the most important means of production doesn't fucking mean that agriculture is the most important fucking sphere of industry within political economy, you dumbass.
Explain surplus value by the appropriation of the labor of others, and in fact to explain this appropriation on the basis of the exchange of commodities. But it did not see that value in the general form of social labor, and that surplus value is surplus labor. On the contrary, it conceived value merely as use value, merely as material substance, and surplus value as a mere gift of nature, which returns to labor, in place of a given quantity of organic material, a greater quantity. On the one hand, it stripped rent, that is, the true economic form of landed property, of its feudal wrapping, and reduced it to mere surplus value in excess of the laborer's wage. On the other hand, this surplus value is explained again in the feudal way, as derived from nature and not from society, from man's relation to the soil, not from his social relations. So instead,
There better be more, because if that's it, I'm depressed. I'm depressed. I'm literally depressed. This retard, with his mouth open drooling, just made a 30-minute video openly saying something so fucking stupid. Is not embarrassed and not ashamed. Not embarrassed and not ashamed. Literally just said that Marx didn't think land was the most fundamental means of production because he critiqued the physiocrats in 1844. Do you know what a means of production is, you stupid fuck? You know what a means of production is, you stupid fuck? How do you have a means of production without land? Land is the basis of everything. Before you can have a means to produce anything, you need the space first and foremost to do it. And that is very simple. Fucking read. Fucking.
instead of having a dialectic,
I'm depressed now. I'm just fucking depressed. I don't want to live in a world with people who are fucking this stupid and peanut brained. It's actually fucking baffling how fucking stupid you are.
dialectical view of man and his social relations in the proper Marxian sense. Haas and Infrared are repeating the same errors that Marx pointed out of the physiocrats. For them,
Namely what? Go ahead.
the land is seen as a source of wealth in and of itself that simply needs to be redistributed in all.
No, it's not. It's seen as a means of production. It's seen as the means by which man, through his labor, can create wealth. So no, you're wrong. It's a means of production.
Will go well. Sounding more
You
like
don't know what a means of production is, you dumbass. Wealth and means of production aren't the same fucking thing. Wealth is the product of production. The means of production are the means of production. It's in the name, you dumb fuck.
utopian socialism.
I sat through 3 hours dealing with this shit, and I have to finish it. But I have to finish it, and I'm already so fucking angry, I'm gonna fucking lose. I'm gonna go bald by tomorrow. That's how fucking angry I am.
Than true dialectical Marxists. To further drive this point home, I will show how Marx even goes as far as to consider the idea that land is the most important means of production to be an error in the feudal point of view.
Please. He's just gonna quote some shit he doesn't even... I'm gonna press this twerp. Actually explain what Marx was trying to fucking talk about in his critique of the physiocrats. And please fucking explain, you dumbass fucking kid, how that's the same thing as critiquing the idea that land is the most fundamental means of production. You stupid fucking dumbass kid. Stupid peanut brain, dumbass bird brain, dumb fucking kid. Stupid bitch. Stupid fucking twerp. Stupid fucking twerp, dumbass kid. You know what, these fucking bird brain kids, their teachers and parents never yelled at them for being empty-headed dumb fucks, so they go on the internet and say all this stupid shit. With no shame. With no shame.
From the manuscripts of 1844, it is argued against physiocracy
What does this have to do with anything we've said? This is literally that Zoltanius. I can't say the word. I want to say it so fucking badly, but that's what he is. He just makes some shit up about what you actually believe and says, oh, this is what he was critiquing, Haas. This is what he was critiquing, Haas. Fucking you know, it's like that. It's like that. We said land is the most fundamental means of production. We said land is the most fundamental means of production. Land is the most fundamental means of production. That's what we said. We said land is the most fundamental means of production. The property in the soil is the original source of all wealth and has become the great problem upon the solution of which demands the future of the working class. That's literally what Marx said. You know, the thing is, thank you, Job Harvey, for the 20. And thank you, Net Evangelist. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. The Nationalization of the Land, the International Workingmen's Association, 1782. Okay, it is argued. So let me actually explain. It's like this guy, you know why I'm getting enraged? Because he's throwing all these quotes out of context, and then I have to sit here and explain to you the context, and it takes hours. And he's just like recklessly throwing these quotes here without understanding what their context originally came from. So here, Marx is talking about conflicts within political economy, right? It is argued that agriculture does not differ from any other industry, that the essence of wealth is not a specific form of labor bound to a particular element, a particular expression of labor, but labor in general. Physiocracy denies particular, external, merely objective wealth by declaring labor to be the essence of wealth. But for physiocracy, labor is at first only the subjective essence of landed property. Now, what does that have to do with the claim that land is the most fundamental means of production? What does the view that land is the most fundamental means of production have to do with the idea that labor is first only the subjective essence of landed property? Saying that land is the most fundamental means of production is not the same thing as saying that labor is only the subjective essence of landed property. Those are two entirely different claims. One is not the same as the other. One is just saying that the fundamental prerequisite to every other kind of means of production is land. The other is talking about how labor can only be valorized through landed property, not through any other kind of property. So they're two entirely different claims. One is saying that labor is only the subjective essence of landed property, not the subjective essence of capital in general, but just landed property. Again, he's not saying that for labor to be valorized, there needs to be land as means of production. That's a given. The physiocrats are saying that for labor to be valorized, it can only be valorized within the context of agricultural labor. Now, what does that have to do with land as the most fundamental means of production? Nothing. Literally nothing. Because as it so happens, you stupid bird-brained dumbass fucking kid, I have to say this shit. I have to say shit that you should know before you make a 30-minute fucking video trying to fucking out-nerd me, you dumb bitch. I have to explain to you that even capitalists in Marx's time had to pay ground rent to landowners because they didn't own the fucking land. That factories, which were not forms of agricultural production, were on. So capitalists had factories on land and they had to pay the landowner, even though the factories weren't producing grain or fucking agricultural foodstuffs. You stupid bitch. You don't even know what land is, you dumb fuck.
That agriculture does not differ from any other industry, and that the essence of wealth, therefore, is not a specific form of labor bound to a particular element, a particular expression of labor, but labor in general. Physiocracy denies particular, external, merely objective wealth by declaring labor to be the essence of wealth. But for physiocracy, labor is at first only the subjective essence of landed property. It annuls its feudal character by declaring industry, agriculture.
But it disavows the world of industry and acknowledges the feudal system by declaring agriculture to be the only industry. Now, how is acknowledging land as the most fundamental means of production the same as claiming that agriculture is the only industry? And anywhere in our video or our writings, did we ever fucking imply that agriculture is the only industry? Is that ever something we've ever so much as fucking hinted at or implied?
As its essence, but it disavows the world of industry and acknowledges the feudal system.
Yeah, the Ben Shapiro school of sounding smart, but being a dumbass is literally what sums up this retard right here. Literally what sums them up.
Agriculture to be the only industry. Land reform is neo-physiocratism, not revolutionary Marxism. Now, later in their video,
I'm gonna debate them Monday still. This person, please clip this, ship this, whatever, is a retard. Every semblance of credibility they've ever attempted to establish on the internet, they should never be allowed to be the source of authority for anything. I'm telling you, they're a retard. They don't understand any of the words they're using. Every authority that they've invoked, they've done so in a way that completely abuses the meaning of what those authorities were trying to fucking say. This retard just said that land reform is a reflection only of the views of the physiocrats and is anti-Marxist, and that Marxists can't advocate for land reform. And the evidence he gave for that was Marx's critique of the physiocratic idea, which wasn't even Marx's critique, but it was the critique coming from the classical school of political economy, that agriculture isn't the only industry. I would love to see how this retard tries to save face after saying something so fucking stupid.
they actually bring up for once a very Marxist point in that, if you buy the Marxist framework, that there is revolutionary potential in America. To do this, they bring up a quote from Lenin's letter to the American working people. I don't want to talk about this argument, but I would like to further hammer home the cosmopolitan and universalistic nature of Marxism. For in that same letter, where they quote Lenin, Lenin himself further undermines this idea of socialist patriotism that they've been spouting this entire time. Specifically, where his letter says, "But must socialists wait with their cause, the cause of liberating the working people of the whole world from the yoke of capital, of winning universal and lasting peace, until a path without sacrifice is found? Must they fear to open the battle until an easy victory is guaranteed? Must they place the integrity and security of their bourgeois-created fatherland above the interest of the world socialist revolution? The scoundrels in the international socialist movement who think this way, those lackeys who grovel to bourgeois morality, thrice stand condemned."
Lenin just said, don't wait for some magical international global proletarian revolution. Fight to win your own country. And this retard is quoting it as an example against patriotism. What? Don't wait for the whole world to turn from freeing the whole world from the yoke of capital. Don't wait for universal and lasting peace. Don't wait. Fight here and now to win your country and your nation. Don't defend opportunistically the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in the name of waiting for the whole proletarian world revolution. Literally my point. Literally our point.
So according to Lenin in the letter that they cite, their patriotism is mere bourgeois morality.
Patriotism is bourgeois morality. The integrity. So you know what this is? This is like those DSA people who say, Haas, don't support China and Russia because this is going to create chaos and instability for America's national security. That's the equivalent. That's the bourgeois morality. Now, what the fuck does that have to do with patriotism exactly? What is the relevance of this passage in regards to our patriotism? How does that establish our patriotism as bourgeois morality? He's saying socialists should not wait until things are going to be easy for them. Prioritize the cause of the working class. This contradicts what we said. How? This would be a good criticism of us if we were like, we need to support American national security, and only after American hegemony and national security is completely secure, then we can have a fight for the working class. If we were saying shit like that, sure. But we have supported every single instance around the fucking world. Every instance of every instability and chaos for the American empire, we've supported it. So how does this apply to us in any capacity whatsoever, you brain-dead bitch?
Thrice stand condemned. So according to Lenin in the letter that they cite, their patriotism is mere bourgeois morality.
No, not according to that letter, you fucking retard.
And Haas and socialistic patriots can either listen to Lenin and be actually principled Marxist-Leninist, which, while still wrong...
Why would I listen to Lenin when you just told me that land reform comes from the physiocrats and not Marxists, and yet Lenin is one of the most notable advocates for land reform in the history not only of Marxism, but the fucking world, you retard? Why would I listen to Lenin when you've just said that Lenin isn't even an authority on Marxism anymore?
Would at least be principled, or they can go on about how...
American socialist patriotism, meanwhile, correctly charts the Stalinist golden middle.
Another anti-Marxist line of reasoning that permeates this so-called communist conservatism is this romantic view of the peasantry, a view that they even mistakenly foist upon both Marx and Lenin.
As a matter of fact, many Westernized Marxists were especially complicit in the stigmatization and oppression of the peasants, because they didn't conform to the model of the traditional industrial worker. To this very day, dogmatic Marxists have yet to appreciate this significance.
Yes, because they're dogmatic. We called them dogmatic Marxists. I wonder what the criterion for dogmatism is going to be.
Of the peasantry.
And as Haas wrote in one of his Substack articles,
in his 1899 work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Lenin viewed the democratic veneer of the urban bourgeoisie as just that, a veneer which disguised the impotence of their class in the face of Tsarism. To exhume the future, he looked at the most backward and underdeveloped segment of the Russian Empire, the peasantry, in order to predict how capitalism would come to develop. In other words, he more or less completely ignored the urban bourgeoisie and urban petty bourgeoisie as worthless parasites with absolutely no historical future, and immediately decided to go down to the countryside to derive the long-term political strategy of the Russian Social Democratic Party in relation to the overthrow of Tsarism. For Lenin, the essence of the democratic revolution lied not in the enlightened, educated urban bourgeoisie toppling the Tsar, a laughably unlikely scenario, but in the peasant striving for land reform.
Again, the historical revisionism runs deep. Communism is to be achieved through the dictatorship of the proletariat, not the dictatorship of petty bourgeois peasants.
You know the one main thing that separated Lenin from Trotsky, the one thing Trotsky objected to with regard to Lenin's ideas, the one thing Trotskyists to this day say Lenin was wrong about? I'm engaging in historical revisionism. I'm engaging in historical revisionism. Can everyone in chat just spam? We can't say retard in the chat, but just say artard. Say Zoltanius and co are artarded. Just spam it. I want to see the satisfaction. I just want to see it. I just want to see the world reflect my consciousness. I want to see what my consciousness... Say regarded. Say they're regarded. Say they're regarded. Say they are regarded. Say Zoltanius and co are regarded. Just say it. Just say it. Just please. This is boiling under my skin. I want some outside presence to reflect back upon me this deep and inner truth. This deep and inner truth. These people are mentally retarded. I am so fucking baffled that they got away with this fucking cope video. It is so fundamentally baffling. I can't fucking believe it. I literally cannot fucking believe it.
While others will be involved in the revolution, fundamentally, the revolutionary agents are the proletarians. This is literally Marxism 101, which anyone who has done any cursory reading of, say, the Communist Manifesto should be able to understand.
It's almost like Lenin contributed something new to Marxism.
The lower middle class.
You know, What's your point? We all know this is what Marx and Engels thought. It's just that I've given hours-long lectures explaining why. I've explained why they've essentialized the proletariat and not the peasantry. Because essentializing the peasantry isn't the same thing as corresponding to the peasant revolution in actual reality. By essentializing the peasantry and elevating them to the status of the revolutionary subject, you cannot actually arrive at the essence of the peasantry. By elevating the peasantry to the status of the revolutionary subject, you essentialize ephemeral, formal qualities that are subject to further transformation. You do not actually arrive at the essence of the peasant being. Only by elevating the proletariat to the status of the privileged revolutionary subject is this possible. I have given extensive, hours-long lectures about this very topic. We all know the dogmatic, narrow view of Marxism that you get when you just take this at face value without any further inquiry or critical thinking. Yes, at face value, that's what it seems like. I'm going to sum up Zoltanius and Co.'s entire thrust. Wow! If you take everything at face value, you arrive at a bunch of contradictions. That's literally it. They just take everything at face value. And they don't subject it to any deeper inquiry. Wow, if I just take it at face value, wow, I guess there's nothing more to things than meets the eye. Every dumbass, simplistic, one-sided impression I get from this, that's all Marxism is. It's not like we define Marxism by actual material reality and what actually gave it material significance across history. No, the dead letter of what Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto, word by word, is the essence. That's it. Anything that seems to deviate from that superficially is a deviation from Marxism.
The small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. I find it particularly...
We know this, though. We all know that's what Marx and Engels said. The question is, why did history develop in such a way that seems to indicate the contrary? And does this negate Marxism, or does this, on the contrary, reflect the essence of Marx's and Engels' initial discovery better than they themselves immediately articulated it? After all, Marx and Engels immediately thought that the proletarian revolution, and this is in the Communist Manifesto, was going to happen first in countries like England. That wasn't the case. That was still a reflection of their Hegelian idealist prejudices, which they matured from throughout the course of their life. Marx and Engels discovered something more fundamental than the limited ways they could even give expression to it. Their method is more fundamental than the way they gave expression to it. That's why Marxism isn't a dogma. Now, I'll show you what Engels said about dogmatism, retard. Engels' dogmatism. Actually, we just fucking have a video on this, and the video pretty much explains it, and I will just like watch parts of the video, and here you go. It's the Vosh knows nothing about socialism video.
Vosh tends to present himself as an authority.
You know, because like there's a difference. There's the philosophy of Marx and Engels, and then there's the particular way in which they gave expression to it, which is limited and definitely fallible, whereas the underlying method and philosophy is what is actually constant to Marxism.
The topic of meaning of socialism, and from those seeking establishment of various communes to those hostile. To science, definitions are worthless because always inadequate. The only real definition is the development of the thing itself, but this is no longer a definition.
So what's the definition of Marxism? Is it a few passages of Marx and Engels taken out of context? No. It's the development of the thing itself, the way in which Marxism was applied to reality. Now, how do you apply Marxism to reality? You don't apply pre-made concepts and precepts and force that on reality. You establish a dialectical understanding and relationship to the material world. And everything is completely open.
With regard to Marx's work specifically, he had this to say: "We should not expect to find fixed, cut-to-measure, once-and-for-all applicable definition in Marx's works. It is self-evident that where things and their interrelations are conceived not as fixed, but as changing, their mental images, the ideas, are likewise subject to change and transformation, and they are not encapsulated in rigid..."
You know, they may object to this by being like, oh, you're just saying that Marxism's arbitrary then. No, I'm not saying it's arbitrary. There is a fundamental method to this. There's a fundamental essence of Marxism, which I have gone to great lengths to actually describe. That doesn't mean every single thing Marx and Engels said, removed from their original context, is some kind of doctrine of the essence of Marxism. They themselves objected to that interpretation of their method.
Definitions, but are developed in their historical or logical process of formation. Marx himself criticized such definition mongering at his own time, for instance arguing against Proudhon, to try to give a definition of property principle. The principles are not the starting point of the investigation, but its final result. It is in conformity with the ideal always made in the imaginations.
The premises are not arbitrary dogmas, but real premises from which abstraction can only be made in the imagination.
They are the real individuals, their activity and population.
So there's more to Marx's method than the limited ways in which they gave form to it immediately after discovering it.
The criticism of the question itself. That is not only how Marxist concept one of the
This is a super underrated video.
Logic.
Not out of the object, but he develops the object in accordance with ready-made thinking put together in the abstract sphere of logic.
Proceed.
Find plenty of this.
Its crucial difference from the present order consists naturally of such.
Now let's look at what Stalin said. Stalin. On textualism. This is what Zoltanius is. This is actually Zoltanius. The textualists quote mechanically without delving into the essence of the matter, and apart from historical conditions, may say that one of these conditions should be disregarded as being absolutely incorrect, while the other conclusion, as the absolutely correct one, should be applied to all periods of development. Marxists, however, know that textualists are mistaken. They cannot know that both of these conclusions are correct, although not absolutely, each being correct for its time. Marx and Engels' conclusion for the period of pre-monopoly capitalism, and Lenin's conclusion for the period of monopoly capitalism. The textualists say the circumstances created. So that's Stalin's position, right? So what Lenin said about the peasantry in the Communist Manifesto was correct at the time. Why was that? Because at the time, the romanticization of the peasantry and the privileging of the peasantry as the revolutionary subject obfuscated the more fundamental changes that were happening at the time. It was basically a form of cope, avoiding confrontation with the way in which modernity was absolutely destroying the overt and explicit social bonds that prevailed in the countryside at the time. So they saw in the proletariat an image of the peasantry's future. All we're saying is that it's true. Marx and Engels identified the proletariat as the peasantry's future. But is there more to the peasantry than just the superficial aspects and characteristics that were being romanticized by the reactionary socialists? We say yes, there is more depth to the peasantry than just those aspects that were doomed by modernity. You have to keep in mind that in Marx and Engels' lifetime, at no point did the proletariat acquire a majority of the population within France, Germany, or any of continental Europe whatsoever. It was only in England where the proletariat seemed to acquire a majority. So Marx and Engels were primarily trying to just tell these feudal and reactionary socialists, you can't cling to the peasantry, because you see this proletariat, this has implications for the future of the peasantry that you're ignoring. So by upholding the peasantry, you're basically trying to prevent the inevitable, which is a cope. It's that simple. All we have added to the mix is saying it's clearly been proven by history that there was more to the peasantry than just those aspects romanticized by the reactionary socialists that were condemned and doomed by industrial modernity. Clearly, there is an aspect of the peasantry that has survived proletarianization and has survived industrial modernity. Question is, what is that aspect? We have used Heidegger in order to answer that question.
particularly funny to point out to these self-described conservatives that Marx is using that word conservative as a pejorative here. And
yes, we know, retard. You think when I said communism is conservative, I'm trying to deny the obvious fact that communists have, at least superficially, opposed conservatism? Of course they have. They opposed conservatism, they opposed conservatism. But fundamentally, that's the irony. Communism, in doing so, ends up being even more authentically conservative than the self-proclaimed and self-described conservatives. Real conservatism is not about resisting change, but having the necessary sense of those aspects that survive the change, not clinging to them in vain against the inevitable, but arriving at the way in which they authentically re-emerge despite the inevitable change. That is conservatism. We know at face value communism is not conservative. It's just that there's more to communism than what's at face value. And me saying communism is conservative is a way of trying to give people a sense of that. Of course, communism is conservative. It's just not conservative at face value. I know at face value it's not conservative. I know at face value it's not conservative. Retard. I know at face value it's not conservative. Maybe I'm not talking about something that's just at face value. Again, Marxism, the decisive thing is not this all-encompassing negation of modernity. That was already a given, both by capitalism as well as by the radical bourgeois socialists and also the anarchists and other types of communists. The thing that was decisive in which is the way in which Marxism bestows charity to those aspects, those fundamental aspects of humanity that survive this process. It gives them the benefit of the doubt. The Bolshevik Revolution, all-encompassing destruction, etc., etc., etc. But then what happens afterwards? You give the benefit of the doubt for the real character of peoples to authentically reemerge. You quoted my video, The Meaning of Socialism in 2021. Retard! Did you quote the part of that fucking video where I describe precisely this? The way in which, yes, communism is a form of modernity, but it's a form of modernity that allows tradition to survive, meaning it's real conservatism. Your conservatism doesn't confront modernity, doesn't confront the inevitable change. It is scared of it. It surrenders to it. It maintains the veneer of a false conservatism, unable to survive the inevitability of change. But the change happens either way. So this is the sad tragedy of the retard conservatism of Mamsilo Nevetsky, right? He says, we have to be conservative, guys. Conservatism. And then slowly and slowly in their Discord, someone shows up as a femboy in a maid costume. Someone shows up as a furry. The conservatives, slowly, while clinging to the veneer and pretense of being conservatives, degenerate and decay as this external alien force makes them submit to it one way or another, and they get raped by it one way or another. It's very sad and very tragic. Meanwhile, communists who boldly face this alien force, bravely and soberly maintain their dignity, maintain their manhood, maintain their honor, maintain real conservative values because they're not denying it, they're not scared of it. They're willing to pass through the change, they're not coping about it. That's Stalinist industrialization. That's what it means to be man of steel.
I know I've already...
You are furry. You are furry. You are sissy boy. You are femboy. We, man of steel.
demonstrably shown that land reform is an anti-Marxist proposal, but perhaps another quote can't hurt. So I cite Lenin in saying,
Hitler got pegged in private. We know what he did in Vienna when he was staying in Vienna. We know what he was doing. Stalin never did any of that. Never.
there will be only land which is national property and free tenants renting land from the state. When you set is an anti-Marxist proposal, but perhaps another quote can't hurt. So I cite Lenin in saying, there will be only land which is national property and free tenants renting land from the state. When you set up this system, it will not mean the transfer of land to all of the working people. It will merely mean that every farmer will freely dispose of his land. Anybody who wants land will be free to rent it from
And that's not even what happened in practice, by the way, but what's your fucking point? That's what China has too. Do you know what a free tenant is, dumbass? You actually think we're advocating for private property and land where, like, you can do whatever the fuck you want with the land and sell it? And no, we don't want that. We want land to be owned in common. We just believe that according to American culture, people want the autonomy over their own parcels of land. That's fine. But every form of autonomy within a parcel of land comes with definite restrictions. Now, what is the extent of those restrictions? It doesn't matter. There will be restrictions. Doesn't matter what the extent is. Even the bare minimum of restriction means it's not fully a form of private property. Besides, we're not going to allow for speculation in land with our land reform. We're not going to allow people to do whatever the fuck they want with it and use it as a speculative asset and turn it into a way of fucking... No, we want people to be rooted in the soil.
the state. Now that land reform has been 100% shown to be a Marxist heresy, I now turn my attention to...
Retard, you just quoted Lenin to say that land reform is a Marxist heresy. Lenin is the most famous figure of land reform in the 20th century. The slogan of the October Revolution was peace, land, and bread. They literally did engage in a land reform where they took land from the nobles and the kulaks, mainly from the nobles and the church and the czarist estates, and they gave it to the peasants. That's literally what a land reform is, retard.
Lenin and the peasantry. The bulk of Haas's project seems to stem from the sort of romanticization of the peasantry. He even goes into this sort of Walmart brand Heideggerianism in talking about the living being
Okay, let's talk about how it's Walmart brand.
of the peasantry.
The deep and earthly reality of Chinese peasants. This is a reality that can never be reduced to any superficial culture, but has an entrenched unconscious basis.
I've already harped on Marx's view of the peasantry, but now let's turn to Lenin. Maybe Lenin, with his focus on the less industrialized, more agrarian Russia, saw the revolution as originating with the peasants? Again, no. While there is a role that peasants can play, even Lenin makes it very clear that first and foremost, the revolutionary agents are the proletarians. The fight for socialism is a
The fight for socialism is not the same thing as the revolution within Russia that was at hand between the peasant petty bourgeoisie and feudalism. Everyone thought that was inevitable. Lenin was trying to carve out the place of the fight for socialism within that.
the fight against the rule of capital. It is being carried on first and foremost by the wage workers, who are directly and wholly dependent on capital. As for the small farmers, some of them own capital themselves, and often themselves exploit workers. Hence, not all small peasants join the ranks of fighters for socialism. Only those who do so resolutely and consciously side with the workers against capital, with public property against private property.
Retard. What is your point? What point are you trying to make? The whole point of the Heidegger stuff, you fucking idiot, is that despite all of this, there is still something fundamental about the peasants. Peasant does not just refer to a class within the genus of proletariat and bourgeoisie. It refers to a more fundamental grounding of the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Read Lenin's analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia in 1899, and you'll understand that for Lenin, it is in the ranks of the peasantry, within the soil of the people, that the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, which he even alludes to here, is being reproduced. So yes, of course, the proletariat has a privileged significance in that. The question is, what is the ground of the proletarian class struggle? Here lies the significance of the peasantry. You fucking idiot. It's the ground and the being. You don't understand the question of being. And Lenin does not ontologize the proletariat. He recognizes the proletariat as the content of the class struggle. Sure, so do we. But what is the question of being? Before we can give recognition to the distinction between proletariat and bourgeoisie, we are grounded in some kind of fucking way, some determinate way beforehand. We are not revising Marx's class analysis or the privileged significance of the proletariat. We are situating it within a more fundamental context. That is the significance of Heidegger.
How such a basic tenet of Marxism is lost, I do not know, but this attempt to downplay the role of the proletariat for some romanticized peasantry seems to be rather endemic in their thought. For instance,
yeah, this is just some strange thing that's endemic in our thought. It's not like the literal development of communism and world history proves this orientation. First, you have Marx and Engels slowly giving more significance to the peasantry in places like France, where they're indebted to bankers, and Marx talks about a continental people's revolution. Then you have Marx talking about the Irish resisting the British. Then you have Lenin with his democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Then you have Stalin with his agricultural revolution that privileges the Soviet peasant as the subject of statehood. Then you have Mao, who disprivileges the industrial proletariat in its manifestation as the privileged revolutionary subject altogether, basically assailing the significance the privileged subject the proletariat has, the privileged status the proletariat has, as a form of wisdom, ideological wisdom, that allows him to interface with the great Chinese peasant mass in a way conducive to socialist revolution. It's almost like the entire evolution, and then I can talk about the Iranian Revolution, even though it wasn't led by Marxists explicitly. These revolutions in history seem to correspond to an increasing significance of the geographical rurality, first and foremost, then the peasantry, away from the industrial and urban proletariat. And the reason for that is very simple. The proletariat, the urban proletariat, I should say, phenomenologically has a significance for Marxist consciousness. But as a class, the urban proletariat, and Marx alluded to this during the Civil War, where he said the people who went into the factories during the Civil War are not the proletariat. He said they're pampered, privileged bourgeois. Why did he say that? Because the urban proletariat has a privileged significance only insofar as it forces us to confront the great peasant mass as something more than its apparent form. By arriving at the complete negation in thought with the faculties of modern reasoning and modern conceptual thought, we arrive at the true material reality of the peasantry in actual reality. By arriving at the proletariat in thought, we arrive at the peasantry in material reality. Whereas by arriving at the peasantry in thought, we arrive at the existing status quo in reality. So that's the dialectics, and that's why the proletariat had to have such a privileged significance. But that wasn't the real existing proletariat that had happened, because this strange dialectic, which Marxists have not yet made explicitly acknowledged yet, has to do with the fact that, yes, we looked at England. This is what Marx and Engels did. They looked at England and saw this new proletariat. But by the time it had disclosed itself to them, it was too late. The owl of Minerva had taken its departure, which means when you are confronted with the essence of the thing, you go down and deep. When you are confronted with something's significance, in order to arrive at the essence of that significance, you go down and deep into its basis. So by the time the proletariat forms a mass, it ceases to have a revolutionary quality. The proletariat is a potentiality within the broad peasant strata, within the broad strata of the rural masses, that must be wrought out through proletarian consciousness and through the party. That's my argument. And that's why Mao was not, as Stalin critiqued him, a petty bourgeois romantic or someone who wasn't a Marxist. Mao didn't have to primarily form a basis in the industrial proletariat, because the industrial proletariat is not the same thing as the proletariat as a class. In order to understand class, you have to understand Deleuzian transcendental empiricism. You have to understand that class is a potentiality, not an actuality. The actuality of the realization of the class is very different from the precedent class antagonism, which has reality only at a kind of plane of immanence. It doesn't have an existence. It has some precedent ambiguous reality. It's similar to Lacan's view of sexual difference. For Lacan, sexual difference precedes sexuation into definite genders. It's the same thing with class. Zizek has made the same point. Class difference precedes formation of classes. So, the class difference, for example, of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is not actually reducible to the existent difference between the English proletariat and the English bourgeoisie. It has a more essential significance whose implications are not coincident. Clearly they weren't, because the revolution didn't happen in England. So for example, I'm Marx and Engels. I'm looking at the conditions of the English worker in 1844, whatever. Clearly this imparts upon me some significance. But then look, as it turns out, that significance just so happens to be something happening in Russia, not England. England is where it was disclosed to me. Russia is where it's actually happening. So do you see what I'm trying to say and why Heidegger is important? The difference between, or I should say the discontinuity between the conditions of the disclosure of a thing and the real being of the thing itself. The class struggle becomes apparent to me in England. Where is it actually existent and actual? Well, it was a false assumption that Marx and Engels made, that the appearance and existence were the same. Because by the time something appears to us, it has no longer it has no longer it no longer is the essence of what it is that appears to us. By the time something appears to us, it has lost the quality of essential novelty. So something new that's happening in actual reality is what we can't see. We establish a relationship to it through practice, not through... That's why, for example, I'm just explaining it to you. That's why there's no contradiction between the supposed voluntarism of proletarian consciousness in building the party and the inevitability of class struggle and socialism. For example, they say, why do you need to build a party and have proletarian consciousness? Won't the workers just do it all by themselves? No, that's a wrong way of looking at it, because the essential reality of the proletariat is not something that's already formed. It's something that has to be discerned in the ambiguous mess that is material reality by class-conscious fighters of the proletariat. It has to be wrought out. It's not already formed. By the time it becomes formed and apparent, it's too late. And this conclusion, this new way of looking at Marxism, is perfectly consistent with the fundamental and essential discovery of Marx and Engels, at least from a philosophical perspective, of their break with Hegel and their materialist dialectic. It's far more consistent.
In talking about South Africa, they lament the fact that the post-apartheid ANC didn't do land reform, which, instead of making the black population into a nation of petty bourgeoisie, instead caused mass proletarianization.
The ANC
According to the retard, land reform means everyone becomes petty bourgeoisie. They didn't even pay attention to the actual argument we made in the video. No, I'll bite. How about I fucking press you? What is the bourgeoisie, retard? The bourgeoisie, the burghers, as they were called historically, could take their grounding for granted. They had a fundamental grounding they could take for granted that allowed them to be urbanized. It allowed them to subject reality to the abstract quality of the measure. Abstract measure. It is the Cartesian subject, that's the bourgeoisie, who treats all particular beings in such a way that takes for granted a specific and particular grounding of being that is in no way itself determinate or particular to them, but only universal and abstract. So if there's a land reform in South Africa, and this land reform has to be institutionally defended politically through some kind of common unity of the polity, that could not possibly give rise to a bourgeoisie of any kind, because the fundamental being that grounds this new class, the ground of their ability to engage in processes of exchange on the market, etc., 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 is not something they could treat as given and abstract, but as something determinate and particular. So they would not be a petty bourgeoisie. They would not be a bourgeoisie in any capacity. They would be citizens of a new socialist republic which is safeguarding their right to the land, their right to common land, as an ends of statehood. So no, they would not be a petty bourgeoisie in any capacity. That's a retarded view of looking at it. Just because they're small holders of what appears to be property doesn't mean they would be petty bourgeoisie, because that's just a word. That would not be the form of property that corresponds to the bourgeoisie. The form of property that corresponds to the bourgeoisie is not in any capacity socialized. It's not subjected to some kind of common state which gives terms and conditions to it. Moreover, land reform as proposed by the economic freedom fighters, which were the people we were giving as an example for having a proposal for land reform, wants to establish, like Lenin, the state as the owner of all land, with South Africans having the right to lease the land, similar to the system they have in China. So how would that give rise to a class of petty bourgeois capitalists when all land would be owned by the state? Fucking idiot.
He has continued to assume the appearance of a nominally socialist party and South Africa as a nominally social state, with its reconstruction and development program initiated in the 1990s. But an unprecedented type of proletarianization has occurred in South Africa since then, ironically as a result of the end of political apartheid.
Rather than taking up a basic dialectical view and seeing how the bourgeoisie are digging their own graves through the
So what this retard is basically trying to allude to is that when proletarianization happens, the way in which this threatens the bourgeoisie is that it creates the conditions for the total socialization of everything and the complete aggregation of all individuals into one propertyless mass, thereby converting all property into one piece of common property. This is what Marx called crude communism, which he critiqued extensively. And that, you know, nobody has, everyone's just, you know, some kind of bee in a hive or some shit like that, right? What you're saying is irrelevant. Yes, the ruling class dug its own grave through proletarianization, but how has it dug its own grave? Because we're not advocating for the state of affairs before the end of apartheid. For us to not be dialectical would be for us to say, okay, the solution is to go back to apartheid before the proletarianization of the people living in the townships. That's not what we're saying. We're talking about a new land reform. So what are you fucking trying to say here? Fucking idiot.
the creation of proletarians, as Marx and Engels wrote about throughout their whole lives. They instead take what Marx and Engels...
But that proletarianization is what gave rise to the economic freedom fighters, you fucking idiot. We're not just bitching passively about the ANC's refusal to engage in a land reform. We're talking about how this gave rise to the economic freedom fighters, which is fighting for that land reform now. We're not just trying to fucking whine and lament the fact that the ANC isn't engaging in land reform.
would call a reactionary view of trying to oppose proletarianization. In order to try to cope with this, they simply try to imply that Marxism is really about the revolution coming from the peasantry and try to act like they don't even know what the word proletarian means.
Hey, retard, what does the word proletarian mean? I'm gonna grill you on that on Monday. I'm gonna remember to grill you on defining... See, you're gonna give me a definition, but I'm gonna press you on it. I'm gonna give you the why. Why is that the proletariat? Why? Why is it defined in that way? So I can't wait. We clearly situate the proletariat as a moment in the positive being of the peasantry, a moment of negation within the development of what we very loosely call the peasantry. Or what would be better called the people. It's a moment in the development of the people. Just like how Marx called them the ingenious soil of the people.
The majority of people in any given nation never conform to some model of the true proletariat.
Hmm. Who else talked about the stupidity of the idea of a pure proletariat? Capitalism would not be capitalism if the so-called pure proletariat were not surrounded by a number of exceedingly motley types, intermediate, between the proletariat and the semi-proletariat, between the semi-proletariat and the small peasant, the small artisan, handicraft worker, and small master, between the small peasant and the middle peasant, and so on. And if the proletariat were not divided into more or less developed strata, it would not be divided according to the territorial organ, trade, sometimes religion, and so on. So here's Lenin deriding the concept and idea of a pure proletariat. Also, where Marx I have to find that one where Lenin was reproaching those fucking left-wing communists or whoever else, saying, "Oh, there's a pure proletariat." He said, "No, that's mingled in with others, and there's revolts in the colonies and other fucking. That's never pure. It's a fucking undialectical way of looking at it."
And a similar idea is expressed on Haas's Substack when he writes,
The proletarian subject is not neatly defined within the ranks of the people.
despite the fact that Marx
It's not.
and Engels in all their works very clearly and very concisely lay out what the definition of proletarian means.
That doesn't mean it's neatly defined in actual reality among the people. That doesn't mean it exists as a pure and separate strata, either geographically or otherwise. And even if it fucking did in Marx and Engels' time, it certainly doesn't in our time. But for Marx and Engels, the proletarian is the one who has nothing to sell but their labor. Now, why did they say that, and what is the significance of that? In an era in which almost everybody has something a little more than just the pure labor they have. That's what we're here to fucking set about to actually understand. But this retard comes here, no, you can't tell that. That's contradicting my dogmatic and narrowly contrived view of Marxism, which has never had any basis or grounding or justification in the history of Marxism outside of left-wing communists that Lenin derided and Marx and Engels spit upon. Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot.
All this is indicative that they don't understand Marxism, and frankly, it's embarrassing that I, an anti-Marxist,
I will bitch slap you into the next century, any debate. When we have a debate Monday, you're really gonna regret saying this. I am going to press you so fucking hard into defending this precise statement. Good luck, dude.
since someone who has never even been a Marxist understands the revolutionary project of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and all the rest I am leaving out, better than Haas himself does.
Bro, how old is this kid? How old is this kid? How old is this fucking kid? How old is this fucking kid? I've been a Marxist for 10 years. I've read more Marxist literature than this person has ever read anything in his whole fucking life, including the fucking ingredients of Cheetos fucking bags when he's trying to go on a fucking diet and he's deciding he's gonna have some fucking fat-free fucking Lay's chips or some shit. I've read more Marxist literature than you have read anything in your whole fucking life. Guaranteed. And you're telling me I don't know Marxism or understand Marxism. Look, when you come at me like this, I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you in a debate. You're gonna get fucked and blown the fuck out. Don't fucking come at me from this perspective of Haas doesn't know enough about Marxism. No, I do. So clearly I have a unique understanding of Marxism. Maybe you disagree with it or don't understand it, but don't just say I have a lack of acquaintance or understanding or I haven't thought about this. Because while you were on these Telegram LARP channels with your fellow degenerates, I was doing the fucking reading and the research and the homework.
It should be clear by now that the entire infrared project in the so-called patriotic socialism or conservative communism is completely unfounded from their own alleged positions. Plain and simply, they are bad Marxist. And the truth is that the so-called Western left or Baitsuo, however cringe and aesthetically deficient they may be, are better Marxists than the so-called patriotic communist left when it comes.
So they're better Marxists, and they're also, we would presume, better Marxists than Stalin and the Chinese and Mao, because those were revisionists, and that I think he wants to say Lenin's also a revisionist, because I have shown numerous instances in which Lenin directly contradicts his narrow and contrived view of Marxism. So clearly you have to get rid of this head here. So I guess you're just gonna go with the like leftcom cope of like, oh, we're gonna be the pure Marxists, even though Marx and Engels spit on everyone who tried to do that when they were alive and they had anything to say about it. They hated the dogmatists, and Marx even said, I'm not a Marxist, because those people were so fucking cringe and annoying.
Comes to actually following and adhering to dialectical and revolutionary socialism as detailed by Marx, Engels, and Lenin.
This person's indistinguishable from a leftoid, by the way. This is exactly how the leftist Marxoids sound. They're all the same. They just use phrases they don't understand. The revolutionary socialism. Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't understand any of those words. Shut your dumb whore mouth. You don't understand any of those fucking words.
As Zoltanis and I have already shown, there is no possible way in which conservatism or any form of nationalism can mesh with communism. The two are at fundamental odds in every way possible. Even their two critiques of capitalism are incompatible with each other. At the end of the day, what we have with the infrared project and all the other patriotic socialists is people who are both bad Marxists and bad conservatives. With this, there is nothing left for their ideology to stand on besides perhaps some crude aesthetic theory, and all they can do is scream about Trotskyites, Baitsuo, and Anglo-metaphysics.
I just destroyed this video. Good luck on Monday. We're gonna check their other video. We're gonna briefly skim their Substack, because I gotta wrap this up. I gotta really wrap this up. We're gonna check their Substack.
Is that the track record of the 19th and especially
Okay, we're gonna check this dumb shit out. Lenin the basis of traditional philosophy and compared with Marxist philosophy. In the case of traditional, it's metaphysically grounded in idealism or Platonism. Okay? What do I mean by traditionalism? And I'm also a Platonist, you fucking retard. I'm a materialist Platonist. Marx mixes idealism with materialism and is incoherent. Lenin detached Marx from his elements of idealism. This is just, every aspect of this paragraph is wrong and cope. In Lenin's book, Materialism and Imperial Criticism, a book that would be mandatory in higher education, he says, materialism, in full agreement with natural science, takes matter as primary and regards consciousness, thought, secondary. Because it is well-defined form, sensation is only associated with higher forms of matter. While in the foundation of the structure of matter, one can only summarize the existence of the faculty akin to sensation, okay? Sensation depends on the brain, nerves, on matter organized in a definite way. The existence of matter does not depend on sensation. Matter is primary. Sensation, thought, consciousness are the supreme product of matter organized in a particular way. Such are the views of materialism in general. Violating Marx's opening line on the thesis of Feuerbach, the chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism, that of Feuerbach, is the thing, reality, consciousness conceived only in the form of the object or of contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity practice, not subjectively. What does this violate, you fucking retard? That doesn't violate anything. Because Lenin is saying that consciousness, thought, and sensation are secondary to matter, and that sensation is the result of a specific organization of matter, does not mean that he is giving no significance to the way in which human beings enter into definite relations of mutual subsistence and reproduction, otherwise known as the relations of production. So, what Marx was critiquing in his opening line here was the view that the material object was only conceived as a one-sided object of thought. It wasn't conceived as the object of human activity and practice itself. So what does that have to do with what Lenin said? How is Lenin treating objective material reality only as an object of thought and not as itself an object of real human activity? Thought and even consciousness, apparently having solved the problem of consciousness. Yes, the dialectic of form and content very easily solves this so-called problem of consciousness. It's simply matter organized in a particular way. Okay? That doesn't mean we know how matter is organized, you fucking idiot. We're just saying it is matter organized in a specific way. What's your problem? What's the issue? We're not saying that that's the fucking... We're not saying we know what that matter happens to be. We're saying it's matter. It's something more fundamental than the consciousness itself, organized in a certain way. Something more fundamental than the consciousness itself, organized in a certain way, is the essence of... it's literally in the word. Essence, matter, content, it means the same thing. Meanwhile, Marx says that his philosophy is a correction of classical materialism, which wrongly sees sensation only in the form of the object or of contemplation. Well, it's a good thing Lenin doesn't only see sensation. First of all, that's not even what Lenin said, you fucking idiot. He says the thing, reality, and sensuousness. That's different from sensation. So there's a radically different context here. Lenin is responding to the latest philosophical trends of the time, including imperial criticism, the people of the views of like Mach, And who the fuck else? I forget their names. Who viewed some privileged role of sensation. That the senses somehow are primary with regard to material reality. But when Marx is talking about sensuousness, he is not talking about sensation in the same way that Mach and the other imperial, whatever Kantian weirdos are saying. It's not the same sense. He's not talking about sensation as such. He's talking about sensuous reality, which means he's talking about the object of senses. So he's not talking about sensation. He's talking about the object of sensation. Ergo, sensuousness, the thing, reality, the object of sensation, etc. That's all he's talking about. So you are a retard, Zoltanius. You're a stupid, dumb fuck, and I will fuck you in any confrontation debate, period. And that's why you ran to this Substack and fucking coped your way out of a debate, and you just decided to have this mental diarrhea instead. I could tear this whole thing to shreds. Lenin builds off of dialectic materialism. In turn, he extends it to materialist physicalism. How? Lenin only sees sensation as merely organized matter. Okay. So if you read Materialism and Imperial Criticism, Zoltanius, you stupid, dense, dumb fuck, you'll very clearly see that Lenin is citing Engels, who said thought and consciousness are products of the human brain, which means thought and consciousness are products of a specific organization of matter, which is what the brain is in their view. So unless you can somehow establish that Engels is in contradiction to Marx, or that Marx is in contradiction to himself, there's no need to fucking say any of this. There's no need to bring Lenin into this when all Lenin is doing is repeating what Marx and Engels themselves said. So maybe you just have a wrong interpretation of what Marx was actually saying in the thesis on Feuerbach. He wasn't saying that sensation wasn't from a specific organization of matter. He was saying that the problem of all types of materialism is that they took the object of sensation only as an object of thought, not as an object of real human activity. Which is a pretty profound criticism. But then again, you're an illiterate, dumb, worthless fuck. You couldn't possibly appreciate that. Because Zoltanius is a guy who thinks he already understands Marxism, just cherry picks quotes out of context and reveals his mental retardation by claiming that they align with what he already thinks. So Lenin builds off dialectic, he extends his materialist physicalism. There's nothing physicalist about anything Lenin said. That is to say, everything is reduced to simply being matter. No, Lenin doesn't reduce anything to matter. He said it's the product of matter organized in a particular way. He does not say it's reducible to matter organized in a particular way. If he were to say that, he would deny that there's a discontinuity between them altogether, which would be undialectical, which is not Lenin's view. Lenin is a dialectician. Consciousness is matter. That's not really what Lenin is saying. He's saying it is the product of matter. But moreover, let's just say consciousness is matter. That doesn't mean consciousness is our limited notion of biology. That would be idealist. Matter Zoltanius, you stupid fuck. You realize that matter, one of the qualities of matter is that it's not reducible to the limited form of the knowledge we have of it, which means for something to be material only means for it to be the real content or the essence of something. Now, the idealist tradition treats the essence of things as thoughts or forms. The whole difference between materialism and idealism is basically this. Idealism treats essence as an idea. Materialism treats essence as essence, and idea as idea. We give room for the essence to not be reduced to the form. Religion is not real. No one has said that. Darwinian evolution and Feuerbach. Feuerbach does not say religion is not real, you dumb fuck. He says that religion is the estranged being of mankind. And everything is reduced to the plane of materiality. No one said that. They follow physicalism. So this whole thing was diarrhea that you fucked up on, and you came to a conclusion. Your conclusion is also diarrhea and can be easily dismissed. Scratch it out, moving on. You know, the more he fucks up, the less I'm inclined to have to get through all of this, because I'm really, I really got to wrap this up. The Communist Manifesto, yeah, at face value, yeah, Marxism criticizes religion in some kind of way. I've already addressed that. I've never denied that at face value, communism appears to be the negation of religion. I've talked about that on stream. I've given lectures, hours and hours, long lectures about that fact. He's going to probably show the League of the Militant Atheists or something. Yeah, I've talked about all of this. Even Dugin talked about how this just fits within the archaeo-modern predicament of Russia, where this is basically just a repeat of the Orthodox iconoclasm and only gave rise to a deepened sense of Orthodox spirituality. Even Dugin talked about that. We all know that communism at face value appears anti-religious, and that this has a lot to do with the immaturity of communist consciousness, and that communists today don't share that view because they've matured from it through the actual experience of history, which has proven that the critique of religion was inexhaustive. I've talked about this. Zoltanius, you retard. If you're going to talk about what I've said about communism in relation to religion, then talk about it. Because I've talked about this for hours on stream. I've addressed all of this. Hours of footage of me giving lectures about it. All the fucking time. Several times. This is very cheap, amateurish shit. Yeah, the church was persecuted. We all know. No one denied that. Now, the question you should ask, Zoltanius, is okay, the history of communism was clearly latent with a lot of anti-religious stuff. So how does Haas reconcile that with his idea that communism allows for a return to the authentic appreciation for spirituality and religion? What has Haas actually said about that? That's probably what you should be looking at. Marx and Engels praised the Jacobins. So have I. I've praised the Jacobins. In my speech in the CPI, I've praised the Jacobins. I said the Jacobins were the true conservatives. The true traditionalists were the Jacobins. Sorry, not conservative. The true traditionalist was Robespierre. I've said that several times. I've given lectures about that. Yeah, I think Zoltanius, maybe he's not retarded. Maybe he's just autistic. I think he is autistic. Didn't he say he was? Well, then he would have a hard time understanding where I'm coming from, because he's Haas is pointing out all of these ironies of history. I don't understand ironies. I just understand everything only at face value and in a one-sided way. So that makes what Haas is trying to say really confusing. It's really hard for me to understand that the appearance and essence of things are not the same. I think he's just autistic. I don't know what else to say. Is there anything else? Real conservative socialism. What does this is just Heidegger. Kojev is the one who reconciles Heidegger with Marx and Hegel. Heidegger said the Marxists have discovered struggle without death. Heidegger gives us death without struggle, and I want to unify them. But this is a very overly generous interpretation of Marx, who is not a Whig progressive who just fucking believes in progress and doesn't understand death. Actually, you have to have an understanding of life to understand capital, as Dugan puts it. Capital follows a cyclical temporality, a dialectic temporality. It's not a one-sided growth. Spengel calls Marxian. See, you always notice these autistic fuckers always just say shit like Marxian because they're just they kind of give me this vibe. They kind of give me this, they kind of seem like this. They kind of like appear this way. They kind of give me this feeling. They never actually like penetrate beyond the surface of their vague, intuitive impression of things. The national spirit was an epiphenomenon. I've already addressed all this shit in that video. They denied any ontological priority to nationalism. How could you give ontological priority to something invented in the 1800s? Wait, didn't you just quote Dugan? Because I can literally give you like evidence that Dugan rejects nationalism. It's right here. So Dugan, nationalism. From his telegram. I remember reading it. Here it is, right here. So let me get this going. Window capture. Just gonna do Telegram. Isn't it so fun to just destroy Zoltanius like with ease? No, it's not what I'm looking for. Give us Telegram. Yeah. Why does fourth political theory reject nationalism? Fuck. How do I zoom in? Can you guys see it? Fourth political theory rejects racism in any form of nationalism because it is anti-traditional, bourgeois, Western, and modernist. So Dugan pretty much goes into how nationalism is a modernist notion. And he does not give any ontological priority to nationalism whatsoever. So is Dugan not a traditionalist either, Zoltanius, you fucking idiot? You fucking dumbass? Talking out of your fucking ass, you pseudo-intellectual bitch? You stupid pseudo-intellectual dumb bitch? Here he talks about Lenin's critique of national cultural autonomy, which was actually about some dumb bullshit in Austria, where Viennese workers were arguing about what street signs language should be in, or some dumb shit like that. What does national cultural autonomy have to do with any of this? Aren't you a literal fucking fascist Hitlerite? Do you think Hitler tolerated national cultural autonomy? Dumbass. Hitler forcefully conjoined Austria with Germany. He didn't even give any fucking room for those dumbass mini ethnicities that existed in Austria. What a big L you just fucking took, you dumbass. Haas contradicts Marx and Lenin here. How? I want to know where I do that. Does he quote anything from me? Does he quote anything from me, actually? No. Nothing. Okay? Alright, we're done. Alright, that was not fun. Gonna debate that guy. One day. Guys, I am not streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna go visit my family. Because you know what? Saturdays I usually take them off. So I'm going to visit my family tomorrow. Not streaming. So I'll see you guys, Sunday. Okay? Bye, guys.
Hey, I just want to say goodbye. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Now I need some changes in my life. Now I need to move on in life. Now it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. I'm thinking deeply right now. My life with you is like ow, but I don't know how to explain this. I don't know why it's happening to me, but I just realize I'm not the person I used to be. Now I just wanna leave this city. This bullshit is not gonna happen again. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody.